Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good morning. The meeting is called to order. We will now consider Agenda Item 4, Review of the Implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific and issues pertinent to the subsidiary structure of the Commission. The documents pertinent to the overall Item 4 are ESCAP, ESCAP/79/6 entitled Summary of Progress in the Implementation of Commission Resolutions and ESCAP/79/INF/1 entitled Annual Reports of International and Intergovernmental Organizations provided to the Commission. First, to introduce this agenda item, we will begin with a presentation by the Secretariat. It is my pleasure to invite the Executive Secretary, Ms. Armida Salcia Alisjabana, to deliver her presentation. ES Alisjabana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I have the pleasure of presenting to you the work from across the substantive divisions of the ESCAP Secretariat in support of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. The starting point for the presentation is the progress on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. The SDG Progress Report for the 2023 presented a sobering reminder of how much work remains in the region. At the current rate, we are decades away from accomplishing the SDGs. But heartening examples of policies and initiatives for the SDG exist around our region. Some of them have been captured in this year's SDG Progress Report, and the discussions from the 10th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development in March of this year again shows the progress. At the forum, all stakeholders in our region reaffirmed their commitment to the SDGs and highlighted that inclusion, equity, resilience, and sustainability must be at the center of our efforts to regain momentum and accelerate progress towards SDGs. The Commission gathers this year to strengthen our collective action to tackle the climate crisis. Greenhouse gas emissions in the region have more than doubled between 1990 and 2020, so in 30 years' time. Our analysis shows that even if countries in our region delivered on existing emission reduction commitments, greenhouse gas emission in 2030 would increase by 16% compared to 2010. We have scaled up our support to countries to raise their climate emissions and strengthen regional cooperation on climate action. The Regional Action Program on Air Pollution is our region's first intergovernmental agreement and our collective response to tackle air pollution. We are working with the United Nations Development System and regional partners to translate it into concrete actions. Tackling the climate crisis requires the region to urgently transition its energy sources. A quarter of the population remains without access to clean cooking, with severe implications on health, gender, and inequality. The Secretariat is working with countries to develop the necessary roadmap for inclusive energy transition. By the end of 2023, national SDG 7 roadmaps would have been completed for 16 countries. The regional roadmap on power system connectivity gives us the platform to work with countries toward an interconnected grid. The upcoming Third Asian and Pacific Energy Forum will be instrumental in advancing the mobilization of sustainable finance for the energy transition. Transport is one of the fastest growing CO2 emitting sectors in the region. Out of the 51 ESCAP member states that have submitted their NDCs, 38 have specified transport measure. We are working closely with countries across the region to accelerate the transition to low-carbon transport and to raise the level of emission in the NDCs. We are helping countries and stakeholders to translate these ambitions into concrete actions on the ground through the Regional Cooperation Mechanism on Low-Carbon Transport and the Asia-Pacific Initiative on Electric Mobility. Trade, investment, and innovation can be powerful tools for addressing climate change by incentivizing climate-smart or environmentally friendly production and technologies, or by promoting sectors such as renewables in the shift away from polluting industries. ESCAP is working closely with countries to steer trade, investment, and innovation in this direction. The Asia-Pacific Green Deal for Business is bringing together champions in the private sector, from corporations to financial institutions, to accelerate climate action, including among MSMEs. Like trade, digital transformation has the potential to accelerate SDG progress, but a prerequisite is bridging the digital divide, as Asian Pacific remains the most digitally divided region of the world. Through the Asia Pacific Information Superhighway Action Plan 2022-2026, we are helping to turn the digital divide into a digital dividend. This includes support to countries in leveraging public-private partnership, investment for cost-effective deployment of network infrastructure, and integrating geospatial and digital big data for analysis and strategic foresight. Our latest analysis shows that disaster risks are intensifying in the region. As climate change continues to unravel, new risk hotspots are expected to emerge, with significant impacts on population and food security. We are working with countries to develop the necessary disaster risk reduction measures in this changing context. For example, we are helping the lower Mekong River Basin countries to access and use early warning information in improving climate-resilient agriculture practices. The Secretariat is also helping to build national capacity in adopting digital and geospatial data to improve air pollution monitoring and management. As progress is made towards SDGs, we simply cannot lose sight of those furthest behind. One such group is older people, as the region is experiencing rapid population aging. The gender gap in labor force participation remains, with disproportionate unpaid care work a significant barrier to women's economic access to at least one social protection scheme, leaving them vulnerable in times of crisis, much more so among some 700 million persons with disabilities in the region. To this end, we are providing support to countries to identify people in vulnerable situations and to enhance social protection systems in line with the action plan to strengthen regional cooperation in social protection. Our work has also supported countries to review progress, assess the situation of older persons and persons with disabilities, and raise the level of ambitions in intergovernmental dialogue. In our region, the risk of public debt default is rising, while progress towards the SDGs and climate action is lagging behind. Maintaining debt sustainability while pursuing SDGs and climate action is a challenging balancing act. In this context, our survey 2023 proposes a new augmented approach to assessing public debt sustainability in the long term while keeping the SDGs at the center. The online interactive public debt dashboard for Asia and the Pacific provides the trends and composition of public debt in support of fiscal policy making and policy research. The Secretariat also continues technical support to governments and partners to explore innovative financing mechanisms for the SDGs, such as green and SDG bonds. Finally, monitoring progress on the SDGs requires data. At the current rate, our region will not be able to measure every SDG indicator by 2030. The Secretariat continues our support to national statistical systems to deliver quality disaggregated data. And we are encouraging countries to invest in inclusive measures of progress that capture the aspects of well-being and environmental sustainability. We are also supporting countries to integrate and use data in policy makings with tools such as the SDG National Tracker, and every policy is connected. To conclude, at the midpoint of the 2030 agenda, multiple crises continue to emerge, threatening hard-earned SDG progress in the region. It is more urgent than ever that we do everything to regain the momentum as well as progress towards SDGs. The work of the Commission provides a solid basis for countries in the region to raise their ambition and actions on the SDGs as well as climate action. And we look to the deliberation of the Commission to further fine-tune our support to member states in achieving their sustainable development plans and ambition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary. So let us now proceed to agenda item 4A, Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. The report of the forum is contained in document ESCAP/RFSD/2023/6, and the summary of roundtable discussions in ESCAP/RFSD/2023/6/add.1. We shall begin with a brief statement from the chair of the 10th Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. May I invite the conference room officer to play the video from His Excellency Mr. Mohammed, Minister of National Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, Maldives.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it has been an honor to serve as chair of the 10th Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, which was held from 27th to 30th March this year, under the theme Accelerating the Recovery from COVID-19 and the Full Implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development at all levels in Asia and the Pacific. Governments, intergovernmental organizations, United Nations bodies, international organizations, and major groups and other stakeholders shared their perspectives on the progress, implementation, and challenges confronting the achievements of the 2030 Agenda in the region. The forum highlighted the need to shape policies with the rights and welfare of the marginalized and the most vulnerable at its heart. It underscored the power of multi-stakeholder partnerships and the importance of regional cooperation, including through high-impact initiatives and transformative actions that enhance health and well-being, provide social protection, tackle climate change, and support more sustainable urban development and the region's energy transition for accelerating a more inclusive and sustainable recovery. The forum hosted 5 parallel roundtables on sustainable development goals 6, 7, 9, 11, and 17. These reviewed achievements towards each goal and identified priority areas of engagement. 66 side events and related events were organized with the contributions of member states, United Nations agencies, and other stakeholders. The forum highlighted the importance of further strengthening collaboration and coordination with the United Nations Development System at the regional and national level to generate fresh momentum around the implementation of the goals in the lead up to the 2023 Sustainable Development Goals Summit, which will be held in September. Delegations also examined how South-South cooperation and the ESCAP twinning program could leverage the impact of voluntary national reviews to accelerate progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. Having met the midpoint of the implementation of 2030 Agenda, and with the pandemic, climate change, and the food and energy crisis having reversed years of development progress, we must collectively resolve to usher in a future of transformative growth and development. Let us seize this opportunity to galvanize a robust and resilient regional response to accelerate progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals.
I now open the floor for comments. I would like to urge all speakers to please adhere to the time limit of 2 minutes. I repeat, 2 minutes. I remind all delegates that longer statements can be sent to the Secretariat and will be circulated. To request the floor, delegations in the room may raise their country flag, while delegations online would need to click the raise hand button on Zoom. The first speaker is Thailand, to be followed by Mongolia. Thailand, you have the floor.
Thank you. Madam Executive Secretary, Madam Chair, Thailand highly values the APFSD as a multi-stakeholder platform for follow-up and review of the 2030 Agenda, as well as the SDGs in the Asia-Pacific region. The discussions at the APFSD about the SDG goals under review have been very beneficial as they help in taking stock of the progress being made and the remaining challenges of the region. The discussions at the APFSD therefore complement and help strengthen implementation efforts at both national and regional levels. With the approaching time frame of 2030 and against the backdrop of a multitude of challenges, Thailand would like to emphasize 3 issues mentioned at this year's APFSD. First, to accelerate post-pandemic recovery and reinvigorate momentum for SDG implementation, we need to ensure that sustainable development is both balanced and inclusive. Thailand has long applied our homegrown sufficiency economy philosophy and is promoting the bio-circular green economy model, which aims to do exactly that, which is to ensure more balanced and inclusive development while protecting and preserving the planet. Second, Thailand advocates for closer cooperation between the UN and regional and sub-regional organizations, such as ASEAN. Greater synergies among the UN agencies and between regional commissions and sub-regional organizations will help strengthen the work of the UN development system, as well as development efforts in the region in general. Third, the mobilization of and engagement with all stakeholders at all levels is critical for SDG implementation. Development cooperation and assistance should be provided to countries as appropriate. Without stronger partnerships, SDGs will not be realized for many of us. Thailand looks forward to a results-oriented SDG summit this September, which will serve as a springboard for enhancing partnerships and accelerating the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. We are determined to do our part and will participate actively at that forum. In concluding, Thailand strongly hopes that the discussions at this year's APFSD will be meaningfully reflected and built upon at both the HLPF in July and the SDG Summit in September. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. The next speaker is Mongolia, to be followed by Maldives. Mongolia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Mongolia acknowledges the value of the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development as an important multi-stakeholder regional space to increase regional cooperation and networking and share good practices and information toward implementing the 2030 Agenda and the preparations for the high-level political forum and the SDG Summit. Following Mongolia's first voluntary national review back in 2019, my country will present its second review this year, which assesses the implementation of SDGs in Mongolia for each indicator, the policies, processes, and the results of applying recommendations from the first review. The 17 goals and the 169 targets of global SDGs have been reformulated into 16 goals and 134 targets in accordance with our national characteristics. A total of 191 indicators have been defined, of which 156 are global and 35 national ones, thus improving the implementation assessment tool and emphasizing the results documented by data based compared to the first review. It is concluded that Mongolia has made progress at a certain level on 15 goals, and the implementation of one goal, poverty reduction, was assessed as regressive. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to stress that the assessment was made considering the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and geopolitical conflict, highlighting the groups left behind in development and determining how regional development disparities affect sustainable development. We would like to express appreciation for the work of the Secretariat of APFSD and voluntary national review support received from ESCAP. Specifically, the opportunities for sharing and networking on VNRs and encouraging continued support from the Secretariat, including for sharing experiences through twinning and provision of methodologies and tools. Additionally, we note the value of the 5 SDG roundtables to facilitate regional multi-stakeholder dialogues on ways to accelerate action on SDGs that would be under review at the 2023 High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development. In line with the resolution to be adopted, we resolved to strengthen regional cooperation on environment conservation, including climate action, air quality, the conservation of ecosystems, forests, oceans, and sustainable urban development. We affirm to leave no one behind and put the people at the center of all our efforts, while making sustainable development in all its dimensions a priority in the region, in line with the 2030 Agenda, and reach the furthest behind first, including by investing in inclusive national social protection and universal health coverage, advancing gender equality and equity, accelerating the transition to inclusive and sustainable economies, including through climate change mitigation and adaptation and nature-based solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mongolia. The next speaker is Maldives, to be followed by China. Maldives, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair, at the 10th APFSD in March, we emphasized the urgent need to achieve the SDGs. To do so, the region must transform its resources, finance, and economics to align with the Sustainable Development Objectives. Additionally, we recognize the importance of strengthening multi-stakeholder partnerships, investing in innovation, and building agile and dynamic institutions. To support our efforts in accelerating the implementation of the SDGs, the resolutions to be adopted aims to encourage members and associate members to take regional actions and initiatives. Its purpose is also to help us communicate the key messages of the 10th APFSD to the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development in July and to the SDG Summit in September 2023. We note that for inclusive and sustainable outcomes, it is important to have robust multi-stakeholder partnerships to foster agile and dynamic institutions that can respond to emerging challenges, investing in and embracing innovation to facilitate the necessary transformation to achieve the sustainable development goals. We reaffirm to leave no one behind and put people at the center of all our efforts while making sustainable development in all its dimensions at a priority in the region. In line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and reach the furthest behind first, including by investing in inclusive national social protection and universal health coverage, advancing gender equality and equity, and accelerating the transition to inclusive and sustainable economies, including climate change mitigation, adaptation, and nature-based solutions, in accordance with the national policies and priorities. We resolve to strengthen regional cooperation on environment, conservation, including climate action, air quality, the conservation of ecosystems, forests, oceans, and sustainable urban development. We would also like to express appreciation for the work of the Secretariat for the APFSD and Voluntary National Review Support, specifically the opportunities at the APFSD for sharing the networking on voluntary national reviews and encouraging continued support from the Secretariat, including sharing of experiences through training and provisions of methodologies and tools. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Maldives. The next speaker is China, to be followed by Indonesia. China, you have the floor.
谢谢，主席女士，女士们、先生们， 今年是2030年可持续发展议程的中期审议之年，中方支持亚太可持续发展论坛促进区域交流合作，增强发展伙伴关系。中国始终将发展作为第一要务，坚持以人民为中心，提前10年实现联合国2030年可持续发展议程的减贫目标，建成世界上规模最大的教育体系、社会保障体系和医疗卫生体系。中国坚持绿水青山就是金山银山理念，推进生态文明建设，加快应对气候变化，建成了世界上最大的清洁煤电系统，风电、光伏装机量、发电量均居世界第一。中国始终是全球发展事业的坚定推动者和积极贡献者。2021年，习近平主席郑重提出全球发展倡议，全球发展和南南合作基金、全球发展促进中心的成果纷纷落地。中国加大对中国联合国和平与发展基金的投入，开放式项目库建设等工作正在积极推进。中国提出全球安全倡议和全球文明倡议，为加快落实2030年可持续发展议程汇聚最大合力。今年中方还将举办第3届“一带一路”国际合作高峰论坛，欢迎各方积极参加。女士们、先生们，当今世界多重挑战和危机相互交织，不稳定、不确定成为常态。我们应该秉持真正的多边主义，反对分裂对抗和封闭排他。我们应加强团结合作，推动全球和地区发展事业重回正轨。我们应坚持将发展摆在国际合作的优先位置，坚持以人民为中心，提升社会保障政策的包容性和公平性，不让一个人掉队。去年，中国共产党第20次全国代表大会顺利召开，中国开启了全面建设社会主义现代化国家新征程。中国式现代化将为世界带来更多发展机遇，将为全球及区域可持续发展提供更多动力。中方愿同亚太国家一道，共同推进全球和区域可持续发展进程，推动构建全球发展共同体。谢谢。
Thank you, China. The next speaker is Indonesia, to be followed by Bangladesh. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Esteemed Chair, distinguished excellencies, honorable delegates, I would like to take this opportunity to emphasize Indonesia's unwavering commitments to promoting the rights of persons with disabilities. We have ratified the CRPD commitment through Law Number 19/2011 and Regulated Law Number 8/2016 on people with disabilities to establish a human right-based approach to disability policy. Babatas, our government in particular, has led the charge in enhancing multi-sectoral collaboration, leading to a significant transformation in planning and budgeting mechanisms and improved synergy between national and regional governments. To further this mission, we have implemented the National Action Plan on Persons with Disabilities, consisting of 7 strategic goals ranging from database development, inclusive policy planning and budgeting, to inclusive education and health services. It is essential to note that the responsibility for promoting the rights of persons with disabilities now extends beyond social affairs, requiring the involvement of various stakeholders, including all line ministers, local government, organizations of people with disability, private sector, families, and communities. Despite these initiatives, much have been done. Concerning employment opportunities, the labor force participation rate for persons with disabilities remains significantly lower than the national level. Accessible and inclusive education and vocational training must be prioritized to increase independence and employment opportunities. The government has also enacted Government Regulation Number 60/2020, encouraging sensitivity modules and mapping job opportunities to facilitate the employment of persons with disabilities. Additionally, Indonesia faces an aging population in 2045. The proportion of the older populations of 60 plus will reach 25%, or more than 60 million in total, bringing forth unique economic, health, and social welfare implications. The government social protection programs, such as conditional cash transfers, food vouchers, social care and services, national health insurance, and pensions, have benefited millions of families and individuals. However, there is still room for improvement. The formalization of President Regulation number 88, 2021 on the National Strategy of Aging will protect the older person's rights, including education, health, economics, and politics. The government is also drafting the Presidential Regulation on Social Protection System Reform, which includes the program's inclusiveness for older persons, paving the way for better coverage. The new regulation will also include adaptive social protection, supporting more responsive programs facing disaster and climate change risk, especially for the most vulnerable population. In conclusion, Indonesia remains committed to promoting an inclusive environment for vulnerable groups, including persons with disabilities and older persons. Additionally, ensuring that vulnerable populations are not disproportionately affected by disasters or climate change is imperative. We urge all ESCAP members countries to always conduct discussion, information exchange and learning, and policy improvement in this area. As we continue to pursue development, we must remain cognizant of the impact of vulnerable groups and strive to create an equitable society. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. The next speaker is Bangladesh. Bangladesh, you have the floor.
Respected Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Bangladesh, being one of the most densely populated countries in the world, has made impressive and remarkable achievements, evolving from a war-torn country to one of the leading economic powers in South Asia, standing at the threshold of upcoming graduation from LDCs in 2026 and planned achievement of the SDGs by 2030, based on an increasing, well-educated workforce and a dynamic youth demographic. The progress in social, economic, and biosphere is evident, particularly in the last 1.5 decades, under the dynamic and visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. The government has been implementing the 8th five-year plan, which has incorporated almost all targets of SDGs. The government has been following the whole of the society approach to ensure wider participation of all relevant stakeholders in the process of formulating the SDG action plan for implementing the SDGs. SDG localization has been emphasized more by identifying 40 nationally priority indicators to be implemented at the local levels. The average GDP growth in the last 14 years has been 6.7%, even taking the dire consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. The GDP witnessed 7.8% growth in financial year 2021-2022, which along with other macroeconomic indicators reveal that the economy is turning around. Credits go to government's right intervention on some strategy, policies, and implementation of different stimulus packages for different sectors. The spending on social protection along with coverage has been increased in recent years. The government has widened the coverage of the old age allowances by including all eligible persons in 50% of upazilas in the country. The initial challenges of COVID has been tackled by supplying necessary logistics and recruiting necessary human resources in the health sector and freely vaccinating the majority of the population. Our latest SDG progress report reveals that we are early birds in 16 indicators and are on track in 42 indicators. Extreme poverty has come down to 5.6. On 21 March 2022, 100% access to electricity has been declared, and the government has constructed and handed over 0.22 million homes to the homeless. Around 43% of the sub-districts have been declared land and homeless free. The government has also provided 600 climate refugees with new homes in Cox's Bazar. Bangladesh has launched Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan 2030, which will leverage the financing of the 8th five-year plan, Vision 2031, and Bangladesh Delta Plan 2100 to unlock a pathway for a fast-track delivery of the SDG by 2030. The government has been working to better engage the private sector to address development challenges through market-driven solutions to achieve the SDGs. Half of the world's top 100 LED-certified green industries units are in Bangladesh now. The COVID-19 pandemic has made it difficult for developing countries to achieve SDGs by 2030. We believe that coordination, partnership, and sharing experiences and good practice among the Asia-Pacific region will be the key to achieve our goals. Our Honorable Prime Minister owns the SDGs. She has been implementing some people-centric transformational projects with a view to materializing her Vision 2041 to be developed as Smart Bangladesh. We believe the framework of SDG itself, built on inclusiveness, solidarity, and partnership, will help us to rebuild our world in the desert level. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Bangladesh. Would any other delegation like to raise any other matters on this agenda item? There being none, we shall now take up agenda item 4B pertaining to social development. The documents pertinent to this item are summary of progress in the implementation of Commission resolutions, resolutions 69/13 and 74/7. Also, report on the Committee on Social Development on its 7th session, and then the report on Asia-Pacific Intergovernmental Meeting on the 4th review and appraisal of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging, and then the outcome document entitled Accelerating Implementation of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging 2002 to Build a Sustainable Society for All Ages in Asia and the Pacific. And then report on the high-level intergovernmental meeting on the final review of the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities, 2013 to 2022. Also, the Asia-Pacific Ministerial Declaration on Disability Inclusive Development toward 2030, and the Trends in Social Development, the Future of Work in Asia and the Pacific. We shall begin with a brief statement from the Vice Chair of the 7th session of the Committee on Social Development, His Excellency Mr. Boros Samheng, Minister, Secretary of State of the Royal Government of Cambodia, who has recorded a video message. May I request a conference room officer to play the video.
Excellency, distinguished participants, I have the honor to report to you on the outcome of the 7th session of the Committee on Social Development, which took place on the 6th to 8th of September 2022. Through the deliberation conducted, the committee called on Secretariat to support our members and associate member of the Commission in their effort to accelerate progress in implementation of the action plan to strengthen regional cooperation on social protection in Asia and the Pacific. The committee further requested the Secretary to explore ways to strengthen the implementation and follow up the outcome of Asia-Pacific Intergovernmental Meeting on the 4th review and appraisal of Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging, MIPA, taking in account an involvement as appropriate of civil society, organization, and organization of older persons in Asia and the Pacific. In support of the MIPA review, the committee called on members and associate members of the Commission to strengthen existing network of national focal point on aging and to provide on a voluntary basis a regular update on population aging to a secretary to facilitate sharing of experience and knowledge at the regional level. Finally, the committee took note of the preparation of the high-level intergovernmental meeting on the final review of the Asian and Pacific Decades of Persons with Disability, 2013-2022, which was held in Jakarta and online from the 19th to 21st of October 2022. The committee deliberated on strategy for building a healthy, protected, and productive workforce in Asia and the Pacific, as well as strategy for strengthening regional cooperation on the social protection in Asia and the Pacific. It's also discussed follow-up to the outcome of Asia-Pacific Intergovernmental Meeting on the 4th review and appraisal of MIPA, as well as review of implementation of international strategy to make the right wheels for the person with disability in Asia and the Pacific. The deliberation benefited from one keynote speech and 2 high-level panel discussion and come to a successful conclusion. The Commission is invited to endorse the recommendation and decision of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We will now hear from Her Excellency, Ms. Aishat Mohammed Didi, Minister of Gender, Family and Social Services, Maldives, in her capacity as Chair of the Asia-Pacific Intergovernmental Meeting on the 4th review and appraisal of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging, and as Vice Chair of the High-Level Intergovernmental Meeting on the final review of the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities 2013 to 2022 to report on these two meetings. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Excellencies, distinguished participants, I have the honor to report on the outcomes of the Asia-Pacific Intergovernmental Meeting on the fourth review and appraisal of the Madrid International Plan on Aging. This took place from 29th June to 1st July 2022. The meeting participants called for accelerating the implementation of the Madrid Plan of Action. They highlighted the synergies with the United Nations Decade of Healthy Aging. They pointed out that countries should pursue a life course perspective when addressing aging, and that they should support intergenerational solidarity. Member states and stakeholders recognized the challenges faced by older persons, especially in the labor market, in particular older women. They called for the end to age discrimination and ageism, and for comprehensive and universal social protection systems that would allow older persons to age in dignity and with security. They also called for accelerating efforts towards universal health care coverage and noted the importance of active and healthy aging. Given the decline in fertility in the region and smaller family sizes, they recognized the urgent need to develop and implement high-quality, integrated, and long-term care systems. Climate change was threatening the livelihoods of people in the region, in particular persons in vulnerable situations. Older persons could play a positive role in climate. Participants also called for collecting and analyzing age disaggregated data. Member states requested the Executive Secretary of ESCAP to conduct periodic midterm assessments of MIPA implementation, to raise awareness on aging, to build capacity among member states, to gather and analyze data, and to support them in formulating forward-looking policies and actions. As the chair of that meeting, I'm pleased to inform you that I reported on its outcome to the 61st session of the Commission for Social Development earlier this year. This commission is invited to consider and endorse the matters contained in the report of the meeting and the outcome document. Thank you. Let me also take the opportunity to report on the high-level intergovernmental meeting on the final review of the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities as the vice chair of that meeting. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the high-level intergovernmental meeting on the final review of the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities 2013 to 2022 took place in October last year. I was proud to serve as one of the vice chairs of the meeting, brought together representatives of Asia-Pacific countries, international organizations, and civil society organizations to engage in vibrant conversations on how to create disability-inclusive societies in our region, the Asia-Pacific region. As vice chair, I was pleased to see the high-level meeting adopt the landmark Jakarta Declaration on the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities 2023 to 2032. It demonstrated the region's leadership and achievement in disability-inclusive development, while reaffirming the region's commitment to the effective implementation of the ancient strategy and the Beijing Action Plan. The Jakarta Declaration highlights 6 strategic areas to accelerate action to promote and protect the rights of persons with disabilities. These areas include the harmonization of national laws with the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Secondly, meaningful participation of persons with disabilities, universal design-based accessibility, engagement of the private sector, gender-responsive life cycle approach to disability inclusion, and lastly, progress tracking of disability inclusive development. Today, I encourage the Commission to adopt the draft resolution on the implementation of the Jakarta Declaration on the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities 2023 to 2032. We, the government of Maldives, is committed to working with ESCAP, other governments and persons with disabilities to ensure the successful implementation of the Jakarta Declaration. I am confident that under the guidance of the Jakarta Declaration, our region can fulfill our collective commitment to make the right real. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Minister. I now open the floor for comments, and I ask all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 2 minutes. The first speaker, okay. The first speaker is Thailand, to be followed by China. Thailand, you have the floor, please.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Royal Thai Government, it is my honor to share Thailand's progress on social development today. I would like to take this opportunity to reaffirm Thailand's commitment to strengthen regional cooperation on responding to climate change and the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in our region. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change has emerged as the biggest environmental challenges that affect social and economic development globally. Its impacts have the potential to threaten development in many countries and lead to an increase in unemployment, poverty, and inequalities in societies. The Royal Thai Government recognizes the situation and has attempted to deal with the issue of climate change, along with building immunity for people, especially the vulnerable groups who are most affected by such consequences, such as children, women and girls, gender diverse groups, older persons, persons with disabilities, and low-income families. Madam Chair, please allow me to share some of Thailand's progress on mainstreaming gender in climate change action. The Ministry of Social Development and Human Security has partnered with relevant government agencies, private sector, and civil society in organizing International Women's Day every year. And into 2022, it was organized under the theme, Empowering Women to Make Decisions and Reduce the Impact of Natural Disasters. And awards were given to women who have outstanding effort and impact on environmental conservation and agriculture promotion. The ministry has also driven the ASEAN Women Entrepreneurs Network strategy, which aims to addressing environmental and climate change problems. In terms of persons with disabilities, the disaster management plan for persons living with disabilities in Thailand and its one-year extension has been implemented to improve risk reduction measures, disaster management system, and remedy for persons with disability. The government continuously promotes the social protection system through the implementation of various social welfare schemes, such as child support grant, disability allowance, OH allowance, as well as the promotion of employment and vocational skills training. Madam Chair, on this note, I would like to express my appreciation to ESCAP for the technical support and good cooperation over the past years, and reaffirm that strong support by ESCAP is essential for advancing the partnership towards sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. Today's events had obviously demonstrated our shared commitment to strengthen regional cooperation on responding to climate change and moving towards the transformative change and the achievement of the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. The next speaker is China, to be followed by Bangladesh. China, you have the floor.
谢谢主席女士。主席女士、女士们、先生们，过去1年 ESCAP 成功举办马德里老龄问题国际行动计划第4次审议亚太区域会议、亚太残疾人10年中期审议高级别政府间会议，并开启新的10年。 举办了第7届社会发展委员会会议，通过一系列务实合作，有效推动了亚太地区的可持续发展。中国政府坚持以人民为中心，高度重视社会发展，不断加强弱势群体的权益保障。中国已建成世界上规模最大的社会保障体系，基本医疗保险参保率稳定在95%以上，社会保障已覆盖96.3%的人口，全国基本养老保险参保人数超过10亿人。中国710万农村贫困残疾人如期摆脱绝对贫困。中国科技工作者中，女性达到4000万人，占比超过40%，高于全球的平均比重。同时，中国积极参与区域社会发展领域的合作，建设性参与相关会议，并通过中国 ESCAP 合作基金支持秘书处开展积极应对人口老龄化、减轻妇女无偿照料负担相关项目。亚太残疾人10年也获得中方持续的资金支持。主席女士，当前气候变化和疫情余波交织影响，发展不平衡问题突出，亚太地区可持续发展目标进展不足。中方注意到会议的相关背景文件，认为各方应加强团结，推进公平，增强社会发展的包容性，应用好 ESCAP 等区域合作平台，加强伙伴关系，奉行真正的多边主义，携手应对社会发展领域的共同挑战，在发展中保障弱势群体的权益，携手实现兑现不让一个人掉队的庄严承诺。谢谢。
Thank you, China. The next speaker is Bangladesh, to be followed by India. Bangladesh, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Bangladesh is implementing the social safety net programs under the National Social Security Strategy approved by the Cabinet back in 2015. The government is committed to ensuring a well-organized social security system to reduce gender inequality. We are promoting the rights of women, children, disabled girls, and providing protection to orphan and socially abused girls. The government is providing food, financial support, microcredit assistance, arrangement of rehabilitation for the burnt and persons with disabilities, allowances for widows, and skill development programs. We have spread the coverage of social protection to 100% eligible senior citizens and widows and husbands of destitute women in 262 poverty-prone sub-districts. In 2022-23 fiscal year, around 12.85 million people are beneficiaries of different direct cash transfer programs. The government is implementing several types of disability-oriented programs to ensure employment, rehabilitation, and integration to society for PWDs. The government has established institution-based child protection centers, training and rehabilitation centers for the destitute children, pre-vocational training. The government also provides the capitation grant for orphans living in non-government orphanages. We have adopted a 10-point agenda for overseas employment and well-being of migrant workers. The agenda includes institutional and legal reforms, digitalization, skill development, market expansion, better access to service, easier access to finance, and reintegration. We are providing medical aid through hospital social services. During the COVID-19 pandemic, it has distributed nutrition foods, masks, and hand sanitizers, along with regular medical aid to the needy patients. It is estimated that during the COVID-19 pandemic, about 73.1 million people have been benefited in various ways, and about 0.22 million organizations have also been benefited from the government's different stimulus packages and initiatives. The government is committed that no child will be deprived of educational opportunities. Government is providing free education at the primary level, free textbook, monthly stipend, school feeding program in poverty-stricken areas, and construction of wash blocks are few of the important programs. We have distributed around 100 million free textbooks to all students at the pre-primary and primary level on the first day of the year. Stipend is being sent to mothers of those students through mobile money transfer. Despite COVID-19 pandemic, Bangladesh has sustained its economic development and has become a role model in disaster management and disaster risk reduction. At present, 10 million families are getting rice, pulse, and sugar through fair price cards. Hence, we have adopted short-term, medium, and long-term action plans so that the poorest and the most vulnerable section of the country can be integrated into its national development, keeping the vision, leaving no one behind. Thank you all.
Thank you, Bangladesh. The next speaker is India, to be followed by Maldives. India, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As the world recovers from the effects of a global pandemic and other contemporary global challenges, India prepares to enter its Amrit Kal, an era where economic growth is supported by social welfare. India today is committed to leave no one behind and ensure that the impact and benefits of its growth and progress reach all in its diverse and expansive populace, transcending innumerable cultures, languages, and geographies, constituting the real wealth of the country. To commemorate 75 years of India's independence, the government has released the best practices in social sector, a compendium 2023 on 1st May 2023 in collaboration with the United Nations Development Programme. This compendium includes 75 case studies cutting across 14 key social sectors, highlighting models which are innovative, sustainable, replicable, and impactful. Madam Chair, among the initiatives taken by India for senior citizens, the National Policy on Older Persons envisages state support to ensure financial and food security, health care, shelter, and other needs of older persons, equitable share in development, protection against abuse and exploitation, and availability of services to improve the quality of their lives. To keep senior citizens economically independent, the Sacred Portal, or the Senior Able Citizens for Re-employment in Dignity, was launched in 2021, which provides a platform to match senior citizens willing to be re-employed after retirement from regular jobs at 60 years with private enterprises for certain positions. A national helpline for senior citizens was launched in October 2021 to address the grievance of the elder persons across the country. Madam Chair, India has a separate Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities set up with the aim to facilitate empowerment and inclusion of the persons with disabilities and acts as a nodal agency to look after all development agenda of persons with disabilities, or what we call Divyangjan. India has been amongst the first few countries to ratify the UN Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities in October 2007. The government enacted Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016, which came into effect in April 2017. This act provides and protects the rights and entitlements of persons with disabilities, which inter alia include non-discrimination, protection from abuse, violence, and exploitation, community life, legal capacity, access to justice, inclusion, accessibility, and others. The government is implementing National Action Plan for Skill Development of Persons with Disabilities with a view to create an end-to-end implementation framework through developing a network of quality training providers. India is also a party to the Incheon strategy to make the right real for persons with disabilities and participated in the high-level intergovernmental meeting for final review of the implementation of the Incheon strategy for Asia-Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities held in Jakarta in October 2022. Madam Chair, to conclude, the government launched Accessible India Campaign, a flagship program to create barrier-free environment in physical infrastructure, transport and information and communication technology ecosystem for persons with disabilities. We are making steady progress in making our public infrastructure accessible. All 35 international airports and 55 domestic airports in India have been made accessible, and all 709 major railway stations have been provided with accessible facilities. Nearly 727 central and state or the union territory government websites have been made accessible. The government is also working on sector-specific accessibility standards for promoting accessibility in various services. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all.
Thank you, India. The next speaker is Maldives, to be followed by Russian Federation. Maldives, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The government of Maldives puts people at the heart of all its policies and accords high priority to social development. Maldives has prepared a national social protection framework to implement comprehensive social protection as a systematic and time-bound manner. Maldives has promoted regional cooperation to enhance social protection by serving as the co-chair of the group of experts which drafted the regional action plan to implement social protection in Asia and the Pacific, which was adopted by ESCAP member states in 2020. Working with ESCAP and the UN country team, a national consultation was organized on May 2023 with the participation of all relevant ministries of the government to identify priority actions to enhance social protection for all Maldivians. The outcome of this consultation will go a long way in providing a roadmap to implement the regional action plan in the Maldives. Government of Maldives also gives high priority to addressing the needs of older persons and persons with disabilities in its national policies. Towards this end, it has taken several steps to improve data collection, design and implement effective community-based programs, and to ensure the enactment of up-to-date laws, policies, and update action plans to align with the outcome documents to protect the rights of older persons and persons with disabilities. Further, we have also made notable progress in the promotion and protection of the rights of persons with disabilities. Maldives National Strategic Action Plan for 2019 to 23 includes strategies and actions to ensure inclusive of persons with disabilities in employment, education, health, and social protection, in addition to protecting the rights of persons with disabilities. As an example of the recent works of the Ministry of Gender, Family, and Social Services, following a strategic advocacy campaign to shift the mindset of employers and the community regarding employment opportunities for persons with disabilities, Ministry partnered with Polytechnic, Technical, and Vocational to develop skills sets among persons with disabilities that match with job opportunities in state-owned companies. This training has resulted in higher retention rates and job satisfaction among the company employees with disabilities. We also developed a training module for care workers of the elderly. And further, our universal pension scheme and the health insurance scheme enhances the well-being of the older persons and social protection. We look forward in working together to improve with ESCAP and other UN entities at regional and national level in these important areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Maldives. The next speaker is Russian Federation, to be followed by the United States of America. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Спасибо, уважаемая госпожа председатель. Нынешняя дискуссия является доказательством ключевой роли ESCAP в Азиатско-Тихоокеанском регионе по выработке согласованных действий на межправительственном уровне в вопросах социального развития. Пандемия COVID-19 усугубила различные формы неравенства, и восстановление после нее идет неравномерно с точки зрения темпов экономического роста и восстановления рынков труда. Проверенным способом последовательного сокращения неравенства является обеспечение полной и производительной занятости и достойной работы для всех. Кроме того, эффективными инструментами не только для ликвидации нищеты, но и для сокращения неравенства и повышения жизнестойкости являются системы социальной защиты, включая установленные внутри государств минимальные уровни социального обеспечения, которые представляют собой основу достойного труда. В целях сохранения стабильности на рынке труда в 2022 году Россией реализованы дополнительные мероприятия, направленные на снижение напряженности на рынке труда. Данные мероприятия были направлены на сохранение кадрового потенциала работников, находящихся под риском увольнения, и позволили сохранить рабочие места, а также поддержать доходы работников и не допустить потери работы. Кризис, вызванный COVID-19, крайне негативно сказался на занятости населения и его источниках средств к существованию. В субъектах Российской Федерации содействие в поиске подходящей работы оказывают государственные учреждения службы занятости, центры занятости населения, которые бесплатно предоставляют гражданам государственные услуги в области содействия занятости населения. В 2022 году также введена новая мера – ежемесячное пособие на ребенка в возрасте от 8 до 17 лет. Ранее такая мера действовала только для одиноких или единственных родителей. Еще одна новая мера – это единое пособие, целостная поддержка семей с детьми, введена с 1 января 2023 года. Единое пособие объединило ранее действующие меры поддержки семей с низкими доходами. Теперь помощь предоставляется на единых условиях от момента ожидания ребенка до его 17-летия. В 2023 году выплаты охватят родителей 10 миллионов детей. Кроме того, с 1 января текущего года занятые по гражданско-правовым договорам вошли в систему обязательного социального страхования. Благодаря введению единого тарифа страховых взносов, работающие по гражданско-правовым договорам граждане смогут получать больничные и декретные выплаты, пособия по уходу за ребенком до 1,5 лет. А также были дважды увеличены прожиточный минимум, страховые пенсии и минимальный размер оплаты труда. Все эти базовые параметры, определяющие доходы наименее обеспеченных граждан, были увеличены темпом, превышающим инфляцию 2022 года. С 1 июля 2022 года вступили в силу новые правила установления инвалидности. Ими уже воспользовались более 1 миллиона человек. Более 80% граждан теперь проходят медико-социальную экспертизу заочно. То есть лечебное учреждение направляет документы в бюро, и дополнительных личных визитов не требуется. Также для инвалидов упрощается предоставление технических средств реабилитации, ортопедической обуви, слуховых аппаратов, колясок, ходунков, средств ухода и так далее. Также стоит отметить создание с 1 января текущего года Социального фонда России. Он объединил функции Пенсионного фонда и Фонда социального страхования. Объединение фондов позволило обеспечить режим одного окна по всем федеральным мерам социальной поддержки и ускорить предоставление выплат. Российская Федерация продолжит следить за текущими мировыми тенденциями в социальном развитии, а также разрабатывать и развивать стратегии обеспечения полной социальной защиты для всех. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you, Russia. The next speaker is USA. You have the floor, please.
Thank you. On behalf of the United States, just want to say a few brief words of praise for ESCAP's Social Disability Division, the remarkable work that they do and have done over the past year, and the focus that they keep on human rights. We praise what they're doing and what they're doing in the coming year. We would particularly flag their work on disability rights, which is a high priority for the United States. Last year, the U.S. Special Advisor for International Disability Rights was able to participate in Jakarta. She very much enjoyed that engagement, and we're looking forward to more such interactions in the coming year. I would note that that work stream aligns closely with the Global Action on Disability Network, which this year the United States is helping to co-chair. So again, a lot of area for collaboration on that front. Also praise for the Social Development Division's efforts on women's empowerment and gender equality, and their emphasis on inclusive policymaking as a standard that we can all seek to aspire to, that ensures that governments make space for civil society, human rights groups, and just people in general in policymaking decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, USA. Would any other delegation like to raise any other matters on this agenda item? There being none, we shall now take up agenda item 4C on environment and development. The documents pertinent to this item are the report on the Committee on Environment and Development on its 7th session, the document containing the Ministerial Declaration on Protecting Our Planet through Regional Cooperation and Solidarity in Asia and the Pacific, the report on the Governing Council of the Center for Sustainable Agricultural Mechanization on its 18th session, enabling cities to take climate action and advance the Sustainable Development Goals, and the document containing the reports of the Coordinating Committee for Geoscience Programs in East and Southeast Asia and of the Mekong River Commission. We will first hear a statement from the chair of the 7th session of the Committee on Environment and Development, His Excellency Mr. Bat Ulzi Bat Erdene, Minister of Environment and Tourism, Mongolia.
Хурлын дарга эрхэм төлөөлөгчдөө нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын Аз нухан далайн эдийн засаг нийгмийн комиссийн байгаль орчин хөгжлийн хорооны 7 дугаар хуралдаан 2022 оны 11 дугаар сарын 29-ноос 12 дугаар сарын 1-ний өдрүүдэд Аз нухан далайн бүс нутгийн хамтын ажиллагаа, эв нэгдлэр их дэлхийгээ хамгаалахын сэдвийн хүрээнд сайд нарын түвшинд зохион байгуулагдсан. Хуралдаан ахлах албан тушаалтны болон сайд нарын түвшний хурлаас бүрдсэн. Мөн 5 дахь удаагийн бүс нутгийн далайн өдөр 3 түншлэлийн арга хэмжээ, 4 дагалдах арга хэмжээг зохион байгууллаа. Хорооноос байгаль орчны доройтол, уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлт нь хүний эрүүл мэнд, сайн сайхан, нийгэм эдийн засгийн хөгжилд сөрөг нөлөө үзүүлж буйд санаа зовж байгаа илэрхийлсэн. Агаарын бохирдол, уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийн асуудлыг шийдвэрлэхэд байгаль орчин хөгжлийн хороо сэргээгт эрчим хүчний шилжилт болон ТВ-ийн доктортой хөгжлийг дэмжих, уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийг сааруулах арга хэмжээг эрчимжүүлэх, агаарын чанарын хяналт, нээлттэй мэдээлэл солилцооны чиглэлээр бүс нутгийн хамтын ажиллагааг бэхжүүлэх зэрэг гол арга хэмжээг онцлон тэмдэглэлээ. Түүнчлэн хороо нь олон талт хамтын ажиллагааг дэмжиж, тулгараад буй байгаль орчны асуудлуудыг шийдвэрлэхэд нэгдсэн байр суурьтай байх шаардлагатайг илэрхийллээ. Байгаль орчин хөгжлийн хорооноос хуралдааны үр дүнд Аз нухан далайн бүс нутгийн хамтын ажиллагаа, эв нэгдлэр их дэлхийгээ хамгаалах нь сайд нарын тунхаглалыг баталж, цэвэр эрүүл орчин нь хүний эрхийг хангахад чухал ач холбогдолтой болохыг дахин нотолж, нүүрс өргөчийн ялгарл багтаа амьдралын хэм маяг шилжих, байгаль суурилсан шийдлийг хэрэгжүүлэх, агаарын чанарыг сайжруулах, далайн экосистемийг хамгаалах доктортой хот төлөвлөлтийг дэмжих, байгаль орчныг хамгаалахад бүс нутгийн хамтын ажиллагааг эрчимжүүлэх нь чухал гэдгийг нотлолоо. Тунхаглалын хүрээнд агаарын чанарын стандартыг сайжруулах, нээлттэй мэдээлэл, шилдэг туршлага солилцох, чадвар хөгжүүлэх, олон талт хамтын ажиллагааг хүжүүлэх замаар агаарын чанарыг сайжруулахын тулд шинжлэх ухаан болон бодлогод суурилсан хамтын ажиллагаа бичүүлэх зорилгоор агаарын бохирдлын эсрэг бүс нутгийн үйл ажиллагааны хөтөлбөрийг баталсан. Хороо нь мөн байгаль орчин хөгжлийн техникийн шинжээчдийн бүлгийн ажлын удирдамжийг баталсан бөгөөд гишүүн орнууд болон холбогдох гишүүдийн санал болгосноор шинжээчдийн бүлэг удахгүй байгуулагдана гэж найдаж байна. Мөн байгаль орчин хөгжлийн хорооны хуралдааны мөрөөр 2023 оны 3 дугаар сард Монгол улсад цэвэр агаар өндөр түвшний чуулга уулзалтыг амжилттай зохион байгуулсанд талархаж байгаагаа илэрхийлье. Баярлалаа.
Thank you. I now invite the chair of the 18th session of the Governing Council of the Center for Sustainable Agricultural Mechanization, Dr. Azman bin Hamza, Director of the Engineering Research Center, Malaysian Agricultural Research and Development Institute, to brief us on the outcomes of that meeting.
Respected Chair and distinguished delegate, on behalf of the members of the Governing Council of the Center for Sustainable Agricultural Mechanization, CSAM, it is indeed my great pleasure as the chair of the 18th session of the Council to brief you about the meeting which was conducted on 9 December 2022. The meeting was attended by all 9 Governing Council members, namely Bangladesh, Cambodia, China, India, Malaysia, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Vietnam, and 2 observers, Bhutan and the Republic of Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, following the Food System Summit convened in 2022, the Governing Council took note of the important role of mechanization in enabling sustainable, inclusive, and transformative food system. During the deliberation, the Council recognized the growing number of women in the agricultural workforce and underscored the importance of gender mainstreaming in sustainable agricultural mechanization in the Asia-Pacific region. Given the rapid advancement in technology, it also highlighted the importance of automation and precision and smart technologies in agriculture. The Governing Council commended CSAM for the excellent progress achieved in the implementation of its its program and activities in year 2022. It endorsed the report of the center activities and financial status in year 2022 and the plan of work for 2023. Among recommendations, the Council encouraged CSAM to continue to promote climate smart mechanization, smart technologies, capacity building, and partnership. On behalf of the Governing Council, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the government of China, CSAM host country, for its generous voluntary financial contribution and office space for the center. I also thank other members of the Governing Council for their voluntary financial contribution to CSAM. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I now open the floor for comments, and I would like to remind all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 2 minutes. The first speaker is China, to be followed by Indonesia. China, you have the floor, please.
谢谢，主席女士、女士们、先生们。去年 ESCAP 成功举办第7届环境与发展委员会部长级会议，通过了部长级宣言。可持续农业机械化中心 CSAM 积极开展合作项目，被联合国南南合作办公室评为2022年南南合作和三方合作全球最佳实践。中方对有关工作表示肯定。中国坚持走人和自然和谐共生的现代化道路，生态环境质量持续改善。过去10年，全国重点城市 PM2.5 的平均浓度下降了 56%， 重污染天数减少了 87%， 全国优良水体的比例达到了 84.9%， 森林面积增长 7.1%， 达到 2.27 亿公顷，成为全球增绿的主力军。中方全面参与国际环境治理，积极参与全球气候变化谈判进程，成功举办《生物多样性公约》第15次缔约方大会。地球是个大家庭，人类是个共同体。ESCAP 成员应进一步深化环境保护领域的合作，携手应对共同的环境挑战。我们应践行真正的多边主义，共商环境治理良策，应深化各层级务实合作，推动落实部长级宣言，应聚焦科技创新，打造环境保护合作的增长点。女士们、先生们，海洋环境是环境保护的重要组成部分。我们对日本政府决定将福岛核污染水排海表达严重关切，这将对海洋环境和人体健康造成严重危害。中方敦促日方正视国际社会和本国民众的合理关切，以符合国际义务、国际安全标准和国际良好实践的安全方式处理核污染水，避免将不可预测的风险转嫁给国际社会。在同周边邻国等利益攸关方和有关国际机构充分协商并达成一致前，日方不得擅自启动核污染水排海。主席女士，中方愿与亚太国家一道，携手推动环境保护与发展，合力保护人类共同的地球家园。谢谢。
Thank you, China. The next speaker is Indonesia, to be followed by India. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Distinguished colleagues, Indonesia remains steadfast in its attempts to achieve the 2030 SDGs. We continually push to progress on goals 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. which directly contributes to the global effort on the environment and development. These efforts are conducted holistically through inclusive collaboration between local government, communities, and the private sector, namely through initiatives such as Langit Biru, Clean River, Green Indonesia, Sustainable Beach, Sustainable Pit, and Corporate Performance Assessment. The government is mainstreaming green economy through low carbon development initiative and climate resiliency development into the national development agenda. We focus on green industry development, waste management and circular economy, sustainable use of land and restoration, marine and coastal and water. This is done through, among others, automatic and real-time water quality monitoring on rivers and lakes, tightening the ambient or quality standard in 2021, and is currently in the process of developing national standard for air monitoring equipment based on local sensor and air quality forecasting. On climate action, Indonesia is committed to reducing greenhouse gas emission to support the achievement of the SDGs. Last year, Indonesia submitted its enhanced nationally determined contribution to 31.89% and up to 43.2% with adequate international support. Indonesia has also issued a carbon pricing policy and working on its implementation. Carbon tax and carbon offset trading are expected to support sustainable development investment. Furthermore, Indonesia has published the Indonesia Forestry and Other Land Use Net Sink 2030. Several activities have been carried out following the publish of the document, including the inventory of greenhouse gas, monitoring, reporting, and verification of greenhouse gas emission, improvement on management and control in forest area prone to forest fire, as well as the development of vulnerability and risk information system. To evaluate the implementation of SDGs live on land, Indonesia has implemented the Greenland Cover Index and Biodiversity Index. Indonesia has also increased the area of forests and improved forest management to encourage independent communities, as well as develop sustainable forests. The other efforts are increasing supervision of plant and wildlife circulation and controlling and preventing invasive foreign species. With support from ESCAP to develop updating indicators, index, and evaluation scheme, it will be beneficial for member states to accelerate our collective effort. Indonesia stands ready to collaborate in achieving the 2030 agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Indonesia. The next speaker is India, to be followed by Thailand. India, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, preservation of the environment has always been a central pillar of Indian civilization and culture. Living in harmony with nature has been traditionally ingrained in Indian ethos, and same has been reflected in the mantra of life, or the lifestyle for environment, coined by our Prime Minister. The mantra, which focuses on nudging individual behavior towards leading a sustainable lifestyle, has received attention and appreciation from world leaders and leading experts across the globe, and has been included in the cover decision text of Sharm el-Sheikh Implementation Plan of 27th Conference of Parties. The LIFE movement aims to utilize the power of collective action and nudge individuals across the world to undertake simple, climate-friendly actions in their daily lives. The LIFE movement additionally also seeks to leverage the strength of social networks to influence social norms surrounding climate. With India taking over the G20 presidency, the discourse around sustainable development, especially in the UN critical decade of action, has caught the global attention. The two meetings of G20 Environment and Climate Sustainability Working Group held in February 2023 and March 2023 saw interest and commitments from all G20 countries to constructively work towards the objective of the three priority areas of arresting land degradation, accelerating ecosystem restoration, and enriching biodiversity, promoting a sustainable and climate resilient blue economy, and encouraging resource efficiency and circular economy. Madam Chair, the Government of India stands committed to combating climate change through its several programs and schemes, including the National Action Programme Plan on Climate, which is the overarching policy framework and comprises of national missions in specific areas of solar energy, enhanced energy efficiency, water, agriculture, Himalayan ecosystem, sustainable habitat, green India, human health, and strategic knowledge on climate change. India has created and has been nurturing the CDRI, or the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. India has been making concerted efforts to engage various stakeholders, institutions, and individuals to promote innovation and resilience in infrastructure. One such initiative is the DRI Connect, which will be a web-based platform for stakeholders engaged in infrastructure sectors. Infrastructure for resilient island states as a part of CDRI has been critical in achieving sustainable development through a systematic approach to resilient, sustainable, and inclusive infrastructure for small island developing countries who are particularly vulnerable to rising sea levels. Madam Chair, the government has launched the National Clean Air Program as a long-term, time-bound program to reduce air pollution in a comprehensive manner with a target to achieve up to 40% reduction in PM10 concentration level by the year 2025-26 with reference to the baseline of 2017-2018. The impact of climate change on glaciers remain a global challenge which requires global efforts and actions. Government of India is committed to protect the glaciers and has made efforts to reduce the impact through several adaptation and mitigation measures. Madam Chair, several areas in the Himalayan states have also been declared as national parks or protected areas, and the Government of India, through its various organizations, has been carrying out regular scientific studies to monitor the changes in Himalayan glaciers. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, India. The next speaker is Thailand, to be followed by Bangladesh. Thailand, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, our region has experienced environmental challenges such as climate-driven mega disaster, which have profound implications for our society. Thailand has stepped up our effort to join the global goodwill to reach carbon neutrality and net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2050 and 2065, respectively. Together with increase the NDC's target up to 40% with adequate international support. We address climate challenges in every way and every means possible, emphasizing that Thailand has put climate action as its top priority at all levels. For example, we launched the Low Carbon City program, which was initially implemented in 25 municipalities to change the people in the society, as well as we revising the greenhouse gas inventory in every single provinces in order to encourage more greenhouse gas mitigation action in achieve Thailand contribution under the UNFCCC. Thailand therefore encouraged the ESCAP to enhance support for regional initiatives on city climate and cooperation actions with key regional and global partners. This initiative also includes the potential of localizing low carbon and climate resilient policy and practices from one city to another in order to reduce the carbon emission while addressing increased frequency and intensity of climate impact. Lastly, the immediate reduction of air pollution and climate pollutant, especially transpiratory pollution, could create substantial mutual benefit in the region. I look to the ESCAP to step up effort to assist member countries to overcome these challenges as stated in the Ministerial Declaration and the Regional Action Program on Air Pollution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Thailand. The next speaker is Bangladesh, to be followed by Japan. Bangladesh, you have the floor, please.
Respected Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. According to the Global Climate Risk Index 2021, Bangladesh is ranked 7th among the countries affected most in 2000 to 2019 due to climate change, extreme temperatures, erratic rainfall, flood and drought, more intense tropical cyclones, sea level rise, seasonal variation, riverbank erosion, and ocean acidification. are causing severe negative impacts on the lives and livelihoods of millions of people in Bangladesh. Sea level rise is the biggest threat for Bangladesh among all the external drivers related to climate change. A recent study shows that the average sea level rise in the coastal zone of Bangladesh is 3.8 to 5.8 millimeter per year over the last 30 years. According to IPCC's sixth assessment report, Bangladesh faces the following vulnerabilities due to sea level rise. Almost 26 million people are currently exposed to very high salinity in shallow groundwater in coastal Bangladesh. Many low-lying coastal aquifers are contaminated with increased salinity due to land use change, rising sea levels, reduced stream flows, and increased storm surge inundation. Indo-Gangetic Basin reveals that sustainable groundwater supplies are constrained more by extensive contamination than depletion. Between 2012 and 2050, the freshwater river area is expected to decrease from 40.8% to 17.1% in the southwest coastal zone of Bangladesh. Madam Chair, in October 2022, Bangladesh formulated and submitted the National Adaptation Plan 2023 to 2050, which will significantly enhance our adaptation ambitions. The estimated cost for implementing 113 interventions, including 90 high priority and 23 moderate priority under 8 thematic areas, is around $230 billion for 2023 to 2050. Bangladesh revised and submitted its updated nationally determined contribution on 26 August 2021, where Bangladesh put forward quantified emission reduction commitments of 6.73% in the unconditional and in additional 15.12% reductions in the conditional scenario by 2030. Bangladesh Climate Change Strategy and Action Plan was formulated in 2009. This is one of the most credible initiatives of any developing country to address climate change in a comprehensive manner for a 10-year program built on 6 thematic areas. Recently, the government is about to finalize a revised and updated BCCAP built on 11 thematic areas to be more focused and action-oriented. Bangladesh Climate Change Trust Fund has been established under the direct guidance of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. It is a national financing mechanism from our government's own resources and has so far allocated about $490 million since 2009. Bangladesh has already adopted the Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan 2022 to 2031 with the vision of achieving energy independence and setting Bangladesh's trajectory from one of vulnerability to resilience to prosperity. Bangladesh also adopted climate fiscal framework in 2014 to make climate inclusive public financial management. And over the last 8 years, the climate relief and allocation has increased by 2.5 times. Ladies and gentlemen, even though the main focus of Bangladesh's activities is on increasing resilience to the impacts of climate change, Bangladesh is also committed to following a progressive approach to developing its economy on a low carbon pathway. The country has taken the number of initiatives on renewables for reducing greenhouse gas emissions as well as promoting green energy. Excellencies, ESCAP member countries should build strong partnerships by sharing best practices and experiences, increasing financial support, and improving regional and sub-regional cooperation. This is necessary for a safer and more resilient future. As climate victims in Asia and the Pacific, we must work together and from new partnerships to conserve and sustainability use our oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. We should also enhance our national capacities to achieve this goal. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Bangladesh. The next speaker is Japan, to be followed by USA. Japan, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to commend the work by the Committee on Environment and Development and endorse the report. Japan has pledged to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, aiming towards halving greenhouse gas emissions through 2030, commensurate with this objective. To achieve this goal, we plan to mobilize additional resources and investments from all sources of 150 trillion yen over the next decade. The world and the region now face the important task of implementing the new global biodiversity framework that was just adopted at the 15th session of the Convention on Biological Diversity. Japan, as the presidency of the G7 this year, worked toward orchestrating an agreement on a swift and effective implementation of the new framework, development of a nature-positive economic alliance, and promoting further work on combating invasive alien species that are driving biodiversity loss. To assist developing countries to implement the new framework and to revise their national biodiversity strategies and action plans, Japan stands ready to support various projects through various funding schemes, including the Japan Biodiversity Fund. To strive to be a leading example, Japan has just updated our new national biodiversity strategy to reflect the new framework. One important feature is to establish and transparently manage other effective area-based conservation measures, or OECMs, involving multiple stakeholders to achieve the new target of conserving 30% of land and sea areas by 2030. We heard from several delegations during this conference the urgency of tackling plastic pollution. Japan stands ready to work together and support the region in this effort, as shown through our collaboration with ESCAP and UNEP on this matter. We have committed towards aiming for zero additional ocean plastic litter under the Osaka Blue Ocean Vision launched at the G20, and would like to work collaboratively with all of you towards a legally binding instrument on plastic pollution that can be practical, effective, and progressive. This year, ladies and gentlemen, is the important midterm review of the SDGs. Japan stands ready to spearhead a world leaving no one behind. We have revised our national long-term strategy for the first time in 4 years to accelerate action on SDGs. Reinforcing synergies among interlinked SDGs is an important way to accelerate climate action and the achievement of SDGs. In this vein, Japan hosted the third Climate and SDG Synergy Conference and relevant meetings for the G7 on this theme to emit the message that addressing multiple drivers of climate and biodiversity losses, synergistic implementation are effective and important ways to achieve SDGs related to climate action. We hope to share the fruits of such discussions at the upcoming high-level political forum and SDG summit later this year. And in a separate intervention, we'd like to issue a serious right of reply to the comments made by the delegate of China earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. The next speaker is USA. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. The United States remains committed to full achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, including those focused squarely on the environment, one of President Biden's top priorities. The U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy calls for building resilience to 21st century transnational threats, including cooperation to reduce vulnerabilities to the impacts of climate change and supporting the transition to clean energy. At the U.S. Pacific Islands Summit in September 2022, we announced small grants to support a range of environment-focused projects in the Pacific Islands. And our Pacific Island Forest Restoration Initiative is developing local capacity for forest restoration, which will address both air pollution and climate change. The United States recognizes that air pollution is a global threat to human health, economic development, and environmental quality. All across the ESCAP region, we are working to address it. For example, we are funding a project led by Duke University that has established partnerships with universities and NGOs in nearly every country in South and Central Asia. This is aimed at building local capacity to manage air quality and reduce air pollution. We therefore strongly support the Regional Action Program on Air Pollution and congratulate ESCAP for excellent leadership on the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, USA. Would any other delegation like to raise any other matters on this agenda item? Japan, are you raising your flag? Okay, Japan.
But can you ask
Uh,
if it's a right of reply?
Is it right to reply?
So it's at the end of
It
the
will have to be at the end of the meeting this afternoon. Thank you. So any other matter? Okay, there being none, we shall now take up agenda item 4D pertaining to disaster risk reduction. The documents pertinent to this item are the report of the Governing Council of the Asian and Pacific Center for the Development of Disaster Information Management on its 7th session, the Early Warning and Action for All by 2027, transformative adaptation measures to address increased risks in the Asia-Pacific region, and the document pertaining to the reports of the Typhoon Committee and of the Panel on Tropical Cyclones. At the outset, I would like to invite Ms. Letizia Rosano Director of the Asian and Pacific Center for the Development of Disaster Information Management, or APDIM, to read out a statement on behalf of the chair of the 7th session of the Governing Council of APDIM, Mr. Mohammed Maruf Yaman, Head of Foreign Affairs Department, Disaster and Emergency Management Authority, Ministry of Interior, Turkey, who unfortunately could not be with us today due to a last-minute impediment. Mr. Sano, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is my honor to present the outcomes of the 7th session of the APDIM Governing Council held in Istanbul on the 7th of December 2023. The Governing Council noted the activities of the Center since its 6th session and that, owing to insufficient financial resources, only some activities included in the Center's program of work for 2021-2022 could be implemented, and endorsed the Center's program of work for 2023. The Governing Council noted the endorsement by the Commission at its 78th session of the Regional Plan of Action on Sand and Dust Storms in Asia and the Pacific. The Governing Council noted the recommendations of the high-level consultative meeting on disaster information management held in Istanbul on 6 and 7 December 2022, and emphasized the importance of effective risk assessments and of impact-based forecasting, monitoring, and early warning. The Governing Council expressed its appreciation to the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran for the generous financial and in-kind voluntary contributions made to date, as well as to Cambodia and Macau, China, for their valuable financial contributions. The Governing Council requested the Secretariat to provide a written update on the financial situation of the Center by 31 March 2023. The update contained in document ESCAP/79/10/Addendum 1 informed the Governing Council that the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran disbursed on 27 February 2023 the amount of Iranian reals 375 billion to the ESCAP account and a total amount of US dollars 1,327,739 has initially been recorded by the ESCAP Secretariat on 14 March 23, subject to any possible adjustment due to currency exchange rates. The Governing Council requested the Secretariat of the Commission to continue its consultations with the host country of the Center with a view to further facilitating the disbursement of the contributions and to enhancing the Center's visibility. The Governing Council encouraged the members and associate members of the Commission to mobilize financial and in-kind support for the Center and to take an active role in the delivery and implementation of the Center's program of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sano. I now open the floor for comments, and I would like to urge all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 2 minutes. The first speaker is China, to be followed by Indonesia. China, you have the floor, please.
谢谢主席女士。亚太是最易受到灾害侵扰的地区，减灾是 ESCAP 的重要领域，也是事关各国落实可持续发展目标的重要方面。我们对 ESCAP 推进减灾合作的努力表示肯定。中国政府高度重视减灾备灾工作，坚持以人民为中心，完善防灾减灾体系，推动减灾防治能力提升，不断强化和完善气象预警和应急响应联动机制，拓宽预警信息发布渠道，极大地减少了自然灾害造成的人员伤亡和财产损失。中方积极参与国际和区域减灾合作，持续支持空间技术应用，促进可持续发展区域计划、区域旱灾监测和预警等区域合作机制。近日，孟加拉国遭遇热带气旋灾害，中方第一时间启动中国 GEO 灾害数据应急响应机制，向孟方提供 28.84 GB 高分辨率雷达卫星数据，帮助孟方开展灾情实地核查和分析评估。通过中国 ESCAP 合作基金 中方持续支持 ESCAP 开展减灾领域项目，帮助提升发展中国家灾害应对能力。中国澳门作为亚太灾害信息管理发展中心理事会成员，向 APDIM 持续提供资金、技术和运营支持。在“一带一路”框架下，中方同各方持续推进灾害管理经验交流与合作，推动“一带一路”自然灾害防治和应急管理国际合作机制成为全球灾害治理新平台。女士们、先生们，区域各方应强化协调意识，以团结协作精神共同应对灾害挑战，充分用好 ESCAP 平台及相关区域行动方案。要加强灾害监测、预报预警、信息共享、风险评估、紧急人道主义援助和疫后重建等方面的务实合作，共同提升亚太灾害韧性，维护2030年可持续发展议程积极成果。谢谢。
Thank you, China. The next speaker is Indonesia, to be followed by India. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished Excellencies, honorable delegates, the COVID-19 pandemic has shown the importance of more adaptive and responsive programs, including social protection programs. The pandemic impacted many individuals from various backgrounds, especially vulnerable populations. While the government expanded more programs to prevent further negative impacts, not all programs could reach all affected groups effectively. The COVID-19 pandemic was a global disaster, which has led us to learn the importance of protecting people from catastrophic risks. Indonesia and many Asia-Pacific countries face many types of natural disaster risk. Non-natural disasters such as conflicts, social unrest, pandemic, and crisis are also a threat. Based on previous experiences, natural disasters have always been followed by significant increases in poverty rates and other vulnerability types. Some groups, such as people living in poverty, children, women, people with disabilities, older people, and other marginalized communities, face high risk than others and become more vulnerable. More adaptive programs will increase the resilience of population facing risk and prevent more people from falling into poverty, including those caused by disasters and also climate change. More adaptive programs will allow quick expansion during disasters to ensure basic needs fulfillment for all impacted groups. Such as programs will also function optimally in preventing man-made disasters, improving community preparedness, and accelerating victims' recovery. As for now, we coordinate the formulation of a presidential regulation on social protection system reform, which includes a roadmap to more adaptive social protection. We are also developing our next mid and long-term development planning, in which we envisioned applying more adaptive approach on social protection and other programs to ensure a more resilient community. Realizing the importance of this topic, Indonesia urges more discussions on adaptive social protection development among member countries, including dialogues on establishing sustainable and risk-based social protection financing. The discussion will open opportunities for members to learn and exchange best practices on providing the best protections for vulnerable communities during emergencies and in facing climate change impacts. Indonesia calls for commitments and more active cooperation in improving resiliency, especially for most vulnerable groups, particularly among countries in Asia and Pacific countries facing similar disaster and climate change risk and impacts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. The next speaker is India, to be followed by the Philippines. India, you have the floor, please.
Thank you for the floor, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, India has consistently demonstrated its strong commitment to regional, sub-regional, and South-South cooperation in multi-hazard early warning and disaster risk management. India has set up the BIMSTEC Center for Weather and Climate. It chairs the Regional Integrated Multi-Hazard Early Warning Systems, called the RHIMES Council, and hosts the SARC Disaster Management Center. India has been working on strengthening end-to-end early warning systems for all hydrometeorological hazards. This has resulted in significant reduction in disaster-related mortalities. On both east and west coasts of India, we have nearly 100% coverage of early warning systems for cyclones. Similarly, for other hazards such as heat waves, India is making swift progress, leading to much greater resilience of our communities. Mortality from cyclones reduced to 90% over the last 15 years. The Cyclone Warning Division at IMD New Delhi acts as a multilateral regional specialized meteorological center for monitoring, predicting, and issuing warning services on tropical cyclones developing over the North Indian Ocean, along with 13 countries in Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea region. The collaboration has helped in the exchange of meteorological data from the Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea countries to IMD and improved monitoring and forecast. The meteorological data of satellite and radar and model guidance from IMD along with tropical cyclone advisory bulletins helped the countries to minimize losses of lives. As an example, the number of lives lost has been minimized, being limited to 100 due to tropical cyclones during the last 10 years, not only in India but also in all the countries in the Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea region for which IMD provides tropical cyclone forecast and advisories. Madam Chair, India has developed a robust and reliable early warning system for early prediction of floods by collecting, collating, and analyzing the pattern and frequency of floods over a prolonged period of 60 to 70 years. This has resulted in developing a highly accurate and reliable flood forecasting system, which has substantially reduced mortality from floods. India has integrated hazard, vulnerability, and exposure information to develop Web DCRA or the Dynamic Composite Risk Atlas to enable swift and advanced action on early warnings. To conclude, Madam Chair, the G20 India presidency has achieved a significant milestone by building consensus to start a new work stream on disaster risk reduction after assuming the G20 presidency. The first disaster risk reduction working group meeting was held in the end of March 2023. The next will be held in May. The meeting over the 3 days in March deliberated upon global coverage of early warning systems, disaster resilient infrastructure, stronger national financial frameworks, disaster response systems, and increased application of ecosystems-based approaches to DRR. We appreciate ESCAP's collaboration with India's G20 initiative in the field of disaster risk reduction. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, India. The next speaker is Philippines, to be followed by the Islamic Republic of Iran. Philippines, you have the floor, please.
Madam Chair, the Philippines extends its appreciation to Ms. Armida Solcia Lesabana, the dedicated staff of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, for the remarkable work done during the course of her leadership. The Philippines, as a member of the global space community and an emerging space-capable nation, reaffirms its commitment to promote and enhance disaster risk reduction efforts. Under the DRR Committee in ESCAP, the Philippines has committed to improving its disaster resilience, preparedness, and response capacities through various programs such as community-based disaster risk reduction, capacity building, and early warning systems. Madam Chair, the Philippines strongly believes in the need for regional cooperation mechanisms for strengthening disaster risk management and resilience building. Such mechanisms facilitate the sharing of best practices, resources, and expertise, leading to more effective and efficient disaster response and recovery efforts. We are grateful to share with you that the Philippines benefited from these cooperation agreements and mechanisms. In response to the Mindoro oil spill, the Philippines Space Agency requested the assistance of Central Asia, and the request was eventually escalated to the activation of the International Charter for Space and Major Disasters. With these space agencies and commercial companies from different countries were able to contribute satellite data for mapping and monitoring the extent of the oil spill over time for more than a month. The generated and shared data and information have been utilized by various Philippine government agencies in assessing environmental and socioeconomic impacts. Madam Chair, in the future, the Philippines, through the Philippine Space Agency, may consider and expand its reach to cover other important aspects such as not limited to regional cooperation for multi-hazard risk reduction and mitigation, climate change adaptation and resilience, integrated multi-hazard risk assessment, preparedness and early warning and response to disaster risk, including mitigating cascading risk related to biological and other natural hazards, including through the use of innovative technologies, tools, And finally, disaster information management and multi-hazard early warning. The Philippines strongly believes in international cooperation as a mechanism to collectively improve and develop our capabilities in various sectors or subsectors benefiting from remote sensing and its applications. In closing, the Philippines as an emerging space-capable nation remains committed to support the Commission's efforts in utilizing space science and technology as a mechanism to achieve and realize the sustainable development goals for the benefit of the current and future generations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Philippines. The next speaker is Islamic Republic of Iran, to be followed by Japan. Iran, you have the floor, please.
Madam Chair, the Islamic Republic of Iran, despite facing challenges such as illegitimate unilateral sanction and unilateral coercive measures, it has been in the spirit of multilateralism and regional cooperation, hosted the ESCAP Asia and the Pacific Center for Development of Disaster Information Management and provided voluntary financial and non-financial contributions to the center. Although exciting the UCM make a serious delay in the timely contribution of my country to APTIM, the Islamic Republic of Iran committed to continuing its strong support of the center in carrying out its mission. The center, despite being established in 2018, has already been able to take effective measures and provide valuable service in enhancing disaster information and knowledge management and promoting regional cooperation to reduce the risk and negative impacts of disasters and thereby contribute to achieving sustainable development in our region. I take this opportunity to encourage the member countries of ESCAP to consider their valuable support to the activities of the APTIM, including through provision of financial support. And in this regard, I would also like to emphasize on the importance of the ESCAP facilitating role to mobilize such support and contributes by the member states and all other regional and international donors. I thank you.
Thank you, the Islamic Republic of Iran. The next speaker is Japan, to be followed by Bangladesh. Japan, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Japan welcomes the report on ESCAP's activities in disaster risk reduction. As stated in paragraph 30 of document 79/11, most of the resources have continued to support disaster response and recovery, with only a negligible share of resources going towards disaster risk reduction. As climate-induced natural disasters surge, it's clear that all member states should step up support towards disaster risk reduction as a means toward building a more resilient society. However, we also note the continued importance of extending technical support to address disasters that are also unrelated to climate change, such as the massive earthquake that hit Turkey in February. Japan, as an earthquake-ridden country, would like to continue assisting such countries to build back better, leveraging our long experience of tackling earthquakes and other natural disasters through innovative action. Early warning systems are key adaptation measures, as ESCAP has shown through its various activities, and we'd like to thank the Secretariat in this regard. We welcome the UN system's initiatives in this genre and have been actively supporting capacity development of necessary human resources and infrastructure in early warning systems for countries like Bangladesh and Tonga, which were particularly hit by mega disasters recently. Through the WMO, Japan's meteorological agency has also been particularly active in providing various capacity development support to early warning systems and satellite data and predictive statistics. Japan is committed to continue to raise the public profile of the importance of early warning systems. Through the G7 Hiroshima Summit, we are also set to highlight the importance of early warning systems as an integral part of addressing SDGs, climate action, and addressing loss and damage from climate events, and plan to do so at other fora as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. The next speaker is Bangladesh. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, according to a research on the effects of climate change, Bangladesh might be losing 0.11% of its GDP by 2030 as impact of the climate change. The Comprehensive Disaster Management Program and other analysis suggest that 10 to 15% of the land of the country will be inundated due to sea level rise of 45 centimeters by 2050. Nonetheless, significant economic losses due to disasters continue to occur, and the industrial sectors are highly vulnerable despite the disaster and other challenges. Bangladesh has made major recent socioeconomic gains, achieving a lower middle-income country status through its continued increase of economic growth and human development. The country is known as a role model of disaster management internationally because of its well-functional regulatory framework, mobilized community and institutions in the aspects of disaster preparedness, response, and rebuilding in a build-back manner. Chair, Bangladesh has formulated the 100-year Bangladesh Delta Plan 2100. It divides the country into 6 disaster and climate hotspots based on disaster levels. In this plan, 35% of the total investment has been earmarked for the flood control, riverbank erosion prevention, increased water holding capacity, and increased navigability. Bangladesh has prepared National Disaster Management Plan for the period of 2021 to 2025, which include the disaster risk reduction and adaptation together to reduce the disaster risk. The country also developed disaster impact assessment tools to ensure the risk-informed development planning and project formulation to address the risk and vulnerability. Excellencies, early warning is a key component of effective disaster risk management. One of the 7 targets of the Sendai framework calls for substantial increase in the availability and access to multi-hazard early warning systems and disaster risk information and assessment by 2030. Bangladesh currently has around 75,000 cyclone preparedness program volunteers. While 50% of them are women, the CPP has a network of radio communication infrastructure along the coast linked to Central Communications Center in Dhaka. The warnings, disseminations, research and rescue, evacuation, and post-disaster relief and rehabilitation process are well designed and functional that resulted in the very minimal casualties in the recent cyclone Sitra. It is to mention that the country has around 5 million volunteers from Bangladesh Scouts, Red Cross, and Red Crescent, Bangladesh National Cadet Corps, Ansar, and Village Development Party, who are instrumental in supporting to disseminate early warnings, search and rescue, and assist the relevant national disaster responding and disaster management agencies. The construction of resilient infrastructure shelters such as Arden Killa, named as Mujib Killa, Go Down Information Center, disaster resilient houses to homeless and poor women men through extensive housing scheme helped Bangladesh become a disaster resilient nation. The government has also been proving humanitarian assistance, including shelter and food for 1.2 million forcibly displaced Myanmar nationals. Bangladesh established a 24/7 service, the National Disaster Response Coordination Center. Excellencies, we'd like to propose the following steps that ESCAP may take into account. The regional cooperation for sharing real-time data and warning communication among the transboundary nations are critical to save the lives and livelihood of the millions, as well as protecting the hard-earned economic gains. Sharing the risk assessment tools and technology, including best practices, are important areas for regional and international cooperation. Development partners and the international organizations need to intensify and integrate commitment and support in developing and scaling up disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation measures and for strengthening the resilience. Excellencies, on the endeavor towards Vision 2041, the country has been working to mainstream disaster risk management and climate change with development plans and programs. Apart from the risk of disaster and climate change, Bangladesh achieved LDC graduation status. Managing disasters and climate risk, including the pandemic, is one of the key drivers for remarkable progress of SDGs that acknowledged by UN and globally. Bangladesh is also a unique example of climate vulnerability and resilience, and people here have time and again shown their resilience against natural and or man-made disasters. Yet, there remain a lot of things to be changed, and countries in the region also have similar experiences and some good practices on disaster risk reduction and adaptive measures. We believe together we can safeguard and build a resilient and better future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Bangladesh. Would any other delegation like to raise any other matter on this agenda item? There being none, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we have now reached the end of the allotted time for this session. I would therefore need to close the list of speakers for this item. And this concludes our discussion under agenda sub-item 4D. And because we have run out of time, we will discuss agenda item 4E, energy, in the afternoon. Just before we proceed with the break, may I call on the Secretary of the Commission to make an announcement.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to bring to the attention of delegates the evaluation of this session. The Secretariat wishes to remind each participant to please take a few minutes to complete the online survey that was uploaded to the Commission website under the Overview tab, so the landing page of the Commission website. You will see also signage at the entrance of the conference room with a QR code that you can see also on the screen. And the same information has been provided to your delegation through the liaison officers. We kindly ask each delegation to please complete the questionnaire. Your feedback will help improve the quality of services and support that we provide. Thank you for your valuable feedback. Now on the side events, a reminder that during the lunch break, there will be a number of side events hosted by member states and partner organizations. And you can see the list on the screen. These side events are open to all participants of the Commission, and most meetings are in a hybrid format, so participants can also join online. All details are available on the Commission website, and we look forward to your participation in these events. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. We will now break and reconvene in the afternoon at 1400 hours, Bangkok time sharp, to pursue discussions under agenda sub-item 4E. The meeting is adjourned.
Yeah. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the meeting is called to order. Let us resume our deliberations under agenda item 4. We shall now take up agenda subcommittee item 4E on energy. The document pertinent to this item is ESCAP/79/12, accelerating the just energy transition to make progress in achieving net zero emissions targets in Asia and the Pacific. I now open the floor for comments. I would like to remind all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 2 minutes. The first speaker is Russian Federation, to be followed by China. Russian Federation, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We need actually a couple more minutes if I could cede my slot to distinguished colleague from China. Thank you.
China, you have the floor, please.
谢谢我的俄罗斯同事，让我先发言，也谢谢主席女士。ESCAP 积极深化地区能源合作，促进地区能源和电力系统互联互通，加快能源可持续转型。中方对此和秘书处在此方面的工作表示肯定。中国积极推进能源消费革命、能源供给革命、能源技术革命、能源体制革命，全方位加强国际合作，开辟了能源高质量发展的新道路。2022年，中国风电、光伏发电新增装机达到 1.25 亿千瓦，再创历史新高。2022年，中国可再生能源发电量相当于减少国内二氧化碳排放约 22.6 亿吨，出口的风电光伏产品为其他国家减排二氧化碳约 5.73 亿吨，合计减排 28.3 亿吨，约占全球同期可再生能源折算碳减排量的 41%， 为应对气候变化做出了实实在在的贡献。中国代表团呼吁共同完善全球能源治理，维护健康、稳定、可持续的国际能源市场，确保能源安全，推动建立全球清洁能源合作伙伴关系。我们应该坚持共同但有区别的责任原则，全面有效落实联合国气候变化框架公约及其巴黎协定。我们应该深化能源技术创新合作，推进能源技术与现代信息、新材料、先进制造等技术深度融合发展。发达国家应该向发展中国家提供清洁能源技术，帮助发展中国家应对气候变化。中方将继续与 ESCAP 成员一道，深化区域能源和气候变化治理的合作，共建清洁美丽世界。谢谢。
Thank you, China, for your statement. Now, Russian Federation followed by Thailand. Russian Federation, you have the floor, please.
Благодарю вас, госпожа председатель. Прежде всего хочу сказать, что мы считаем стратегически важным сохранение энергетического досье в числе программных приоритетов ESCAP. Считаем необходимым последовательное продвижение энергетических целеустановок повестки 2030. Здесь требуется наращивать международные усилия, опираясь на объективные реалии поддерживая разумный баланс между использованием традиционных и альтернативных энергоресурсов, избегая политически мотивированных подходов и нерыночных ограничений. Ну вот мы не могли не обратить внимание на слова президента 77-й сессии Генеральной Ассамблеи Шабы Керша, который сказал, что он поддерживает и одобряет важнейшие инициативы, такие как договор о нераспространении ископаемых источников топлива. Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. В своих выступлениях на Генассамблее уважаемый господин Кереш говорил, что основой его председательства является подход, основанный на науке и фактах. Что говорят факты? Последний майский доклад Международного энергетического агентства по нефтяному рынку Oil Market Report of International Energy Agency. Он фиксирует объективный факт. В 2023 году рост мирового спроса на нефть в мире вырастет на 2,2 миллиона баррелей в сутки. Billion barrels per. Вот объективные факты. Мы говорим об этом и обратили на это внимание не потому, что Россия богата нефтяными ресурсами. Многие другие страны, и в том числе в регионе АТР, обладают значительными запасами ископаемых источников энергии. Но мы должны понимать реалии сегодняшнего дня, завтрашнего дня, послезавтрашнего дня. Мы должны опираться и отталкиваться от реальных потребностей экономического развития. Это в качестве примера. Уважаемая госпожа председатель, уважаемые коллеги, в этом году предстоит Азиатско-Тихоокеанский энергетический форум. Важнейшее мероприятие в календаре ESCAP. Разумеется, мы ожидаем, что будет проведена тщательная подготовительная работа к этому форуму с привлечением экспертов государственных структур, бизнеса, других заинтересованных участников, совершенно верно, в соответствии с установленной процедурой и практикой работы комиссии. Уважаемые коллеги, Россия вносит весомый вклад в поддержание глобальной и региональной энергетической безопасности. Мы полностью разделяем стремление мирового сообщества к достижению целей устойчивого развития, включая цель по достижению всеобщего доступа к недорогим и надежным источникам энергии. В том числе в том, что касается цели по климату. Со своей стороны Россия предпринимает серьезные усилия для перехода на путь низкоэмиссионного развития. Для дальнейшего сокращения антропогенного влияния топливно-энергетического комплекса на окружающую среду в России реализуется целый комплекс инициатив. Среди них увеличение использования природного газа как наиболее чистого вида топлива, повышение частоты использования ископаемых топлив, повышение частоты использования ископаемых видов топлива, развитие возобновляемой и водородной энергии, модернизация промышленности, внедрение инновационных материалов, развитие экологически чистого транспорта, повышение энергоэффективности на транспорте. В России, например, половина выработки энергии сейчас приходится на газ. Let's face it, это наиболее чистый на сегодняшний день источник ископаемого топлива. Не говоря о том, что на пути к низкоэмиссионному будущему особое значение приобретает атомная энергетика. И здесь у России также есть целый ряд инновационных наработок, где Россия является мировым лидером. В заключение. В условиях растущего мирового спроса на высокотехнологичные решения, которые могут помочь в достижении ЦУР-7, Россия последовательно выступает за недискриминационный доступ к цифровым технологиям, способствующим справедливому энергетическому переходу. Таким образом, для достижения энергетической цели устойчивого развития необходимо объединение усилий всех заинтересованных сторон и сотрудничество в духе подлинной многосторонности и солидарности. Россия привержена именно таким подходам и готова к дальнейшему сотрудничеству на этом треке. Спасибо, госпожа председатель.
Thank you, Russian Federation, for your statement. May I now invite Bangladesh? Bangladesh, you have floor, please.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are implementing various policies and initiatives to promote renewable energy, energy efficiency, and cleaner use of fossil fuels in line with our national development goals and our international commitments, including SDGs. We have already expressed our aspiration to have 40% of our energy from renewable sources by 2041. We are proud to say that we have increased our electricity coverage among 100% of the population in 2022. We have also increased our installed power generation capacity from 4.9 gigawatt in 2009 to more than 26 gigawatt in 2023, with a diversified energy mix that includes natural gas, coal, oil, hydro, solar, wind, and nuclear. To achieve the SDG 7.2, Bangladesh aims to scale up the generation of renewable energy to provide affordable, reliable, sustainable, and clean modern energy to its people. Excellencies, we are increasing investment in cleaner and more efficient energy technologies, including solar, biogas plants, waste-to-energy projects, and wind power projects. Another clean energy source that is being promoted in the nation is nuclear energy. A nuclear power plant with a 2,400 megawatt installed capacity is currently being built. These achievements and efforts demonstrate our determination and ambition to transform our energy sector and contribute to the global fight against climate change. However, we are aware that our domestic energy resources are limited and cannot meet the growing demand of our economy and society. We also recognize the need to reduce our carbon footprint and transition to a low carbon and climate resilient future. That is why we are keen to explore the potential of the regional power market and regional grid integration in South Asia and beyond. We need more regional cooperation and dialogue on energy transition and resilience, especially in the face of the pandemic and global energy crisis and their aftermath. We believe that the regional power market and grid integration can bring multiple benefits to Bangladesh and the region. The benefits include increased energy security, cost savings, and the use of clean energy sources. Through bilateral and multilateral initiatives, Bangladesh has been actively promoting cross-border electricity trade. We currently import power from India and also signed MOU to import from Bhutan. In an effort to improve energy security and diversify of energy resources, Bangladesh is ready to explore more opportunities for cross-border power exchange and grid interconnection with nearby nations, including India, Nepal, Bhutan, and beyond. Together, we must establish and foster a more stable, dependable, integrated, and sustainable energy future for Asia and the Pacific by building a sense of trust, confidence, and cooperation among us. Thank you all.
Thank you, Bangladesh. Would any other delegation like to take the floor under this agenda item? Yes, may I invite United States of America? Yes, please. To be followed by Japan, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. To accelerate the region towards a cleaner energy future, the United States helped launch Just Energy Transition Partnerships, or JETP partnerships, with Indonesia and Vietnam. JETPs aim to accelerate the retirement of high-emitting assets by increasing investments in renewable energy and related grid infrastructure. By creating a critical mass of finance aggregated from various sources, JETPs will support host countries in managing the transition and in making the policy reforms that are critical to paving the way for private investment in renewable energy and energy efficiency at scale, and in a manner that is inclusive and equitable for impacted communities. In this way, JETPs will aim to foster a just transition for the many thousands of people who still rely on fossil fuels for their livelihoods. These partnerships will support them to retrain and reskill and help countries move to cleaner and more secure green technologies, while not only keeping the lights on, but increasing energy access and reducing local air pollution. These JETPs aim to mobilize $15.5 billion for Vietnam and $20 billion for Indonesia in public and private finance over the next 3 to 5 years. Separately, the United States Trade and Development Agency, or USTDA, has provided $13.4 million to support 14 new climate-smart infrastructure activities across 7 countries to further clean energy and to decarbonization goals, which is expected to unlock over $24 billion in public and private financing. The United States is also engaging with Bhutan's Department of Hydropower and Power Systems to provide technical assistance engagement in the hydrogen sector, and has launched a new clean energy partnership with Thailand. I'll wrap up there, but we look forward to expanding our cooperation with ESCAP's excellent energy division in the coming year, including on critical minerals and power grid management. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, United States of America. Japan, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given the changes in the international environment for energy, Japan believes that it's important for Asian countries to push forward an energy transition that is tailored to each country's different circumstances so that each country can simultaneously secure a stable energy supply, sustainable economic growth, and countermeasures against climate change. The government of Japan has been promoting efforts to realize energy transition in Asia through public-private partnerships and will further accelerate these efforts. Against this backdrop, Prime Minister Kishida announced the Asia Zero Emission Community, or AZEC initiative, in January 2022 with the aim of sharing a common philosophy of decarbonization in Asian nations and cooperating to push towards a low-carbon energy transition. On March 4th of this year, Japan Ministry of Economic Trade and Industry hosted the AZEC ministerial meeting, where the joint statement containing 3 common understandings was agreed upon, including the following: to balance decarbonization with energy security, to promote decarbonization while achieving economic growth, and acknowledging that the path towards carbon neutrality should be diverse and realistic according to national circumstances. The success of this initiative will hinge on how we leverage various regional platforms in discussing standards, policy coordination, and support towards developing and commercializing various low-carbon energies to help drive down costs and spur adoption of new energy technologies. It's our hope that such partnerships and collaborations can catalyze a greener energy transition in the region and build together a carbon-neutral world. We are open to discussions with each of our Asian partners to spur action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan, for your statement. Would any other delegation like to take the floor under this agenda item? I see none. We shall now take up agenda sub-item 4F on transport. The documents pertinent to this item are ESCAP/CTR/2022/6 on the report of the Committee on Transport on its 7th session and ESCAP/79/13 on enhancing the environmental sustainability of transport systems to support climate action in Asia and the Pacific. We will start sub-item 4F with a brief statement from the chair of the 7th session of Committee on Transport, Her Excellency Ms. Min Mevi, Secretary of State Ministry of Public Works and Transport, Cambodia.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my honors and privilege to have assumed the role of the chair of the Committee on Transport and its 7th session from 23 to 25 November 2022 and to present its outcomes to the Commission. The committee reviewed the implementation of the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific 2022 to 2026 and stressed the need for the sustainable, resilient, and inclusive recovery in the transport sector following the COVID-19 pandemic and other recent disruptions. The committee reaffirmed its support for the development of the regional transport network and considered it necessary to boost effort to enhance regional and inter-regional transport connectivity, particularly leveraging on the intergovernmental agreement on the ASEAN Highway, Trans-ASEAN Railways, and dry ports. The committee also acknowledged the importance of sustainable transport development to address climate change. The committee welcomed the establishment of a regional cooperation mechanism on low-carbon transport to promote green and low-carbon transport pathway and note with appreciation the development of the Asia-Pacific Initiative on Electric Mobility. The committee requests to continue the exchange of knowledge, provision of technical assistance, and capacity building on low-carbon transport, which reflects the hands of this year's Commission session. On safe and inclusive transport and mobility, the committee welcomed the Regional Plan of Action for Asia and the Pacific for Second Decade of Action for Road Safety 2021 to 2030, and stressed transport could play a significant role in ensuring inclusiveness in the region and that current transport system need rapid transformation to ensure access to services and markets for all users. On behalf of the Committee on Transport, we welcome and count on the continued support of the Commission and of the Secretariat in the effort towards sustainable, resilient, and inclusive transport development in Asia and the Pacific through the implementation of the Regional Transport Action Program. I thank you and wish you all the best towards success and safer in your health and travel. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now open the floor for comments. I would like to urge all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 2 minutes. I remind all delegates that longer statements can be sent to the Secretariat and will be circulated. The first speaker is Thailand, followed by China. Thailand, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we switch with the China, please? With the China delegation first. Thank you.
China, you have the floor, please.
谢谢主席女士。过去1年 ，ESCAP 秘书处积极推进区域交通运输合作，成功举办第7届交通委员会会议，有效促进区域交通互联互通和高效、韧性、可持续发展。中方对此表示赞赏。中国高度重视交通运输发展。截至2022年底，全国综合交通运输网络总里程超600万公里。2018到2022年，中国完成交通固定资产投资超17万亿元，建成了全球最大的高速铁路网、高速公路网、世界级港口群。中国积极参与区域和全球交通领域合作，中欧班列累计开行1.6万列，已通达欧洲25个国家，200多个城市。中老铁路累计发送旅客1400万人次，累计运输货物超1000万吨。中吉乌、中塔乌、中蒙俄、中泰之间积极推进公路、铁路建设和运营，便利了区域货运畅通和人员往来。绿色交通合作是共建“一带一路”绿色发展的重点领域。中方积极推动国际海运和航空低碳发展，推广智能交通解决方案，发展多式联运和绿色物流。截至2022年底，中国新能源汽车保有量达到1310万辆，同比增长67%，呈高速增长态势。此外，中方通过中国 ESCAP 合作基金，支持 ESCAP 秘书处开展交通领域研究项目，帮助亚太国家积极推进交通运输绿色、韧性发展。去年10月，中国国际可持续交通创新和知识中心成立，旨在加快落实全球发展倡议和联合国2030年可持续发展议程。今年10月， 全球可持续交通高峰论坛将在北京举行，欢迎各方参加。女士们、先生们，要致富，先修路。交通互联互通是促进疫后复苏和可持续发展的重要基础。中方愿与 ESCAP 各方加强合作，推进落实亚太可持续交通运输发展区域行动计划，打造更加高效、绿色、包容的交通系统，更好推进2030年可持续发展议程落实。谢谢。
Thank you, China. Now I invite Bangladesh, followed by Thailand. Bangladesh, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The transport and communication system are vital physical infrastructure that acts as a prerequisite for the socio-economic development of Bangladesh. The sectoral share of the land transport sector to GDP was 6.49%, and the growth rate was 6.08% in the last fiscal year. The government of Bangladesh has been pursuing an international and regional connectivity policy for a long time with a high priority on the cross-border transportation issue, with a view to developing a sustainable, safe and quality road infrastructure and integrated modern mass transport system for achieving desired socio-economic development in the country. The government is also considering the implementation of the Regional Action Program for Sustainable Transport Development in Asia and the Pacific in this regard. Distinguished participants, the government, under the development strategy, upgrading the national highways and other multimodal transport facilities, including sea, river and dry ports, to have an integrated high-speed mass transport system and freight facilities to improve the reliability, safety and sustainability of the transport sector in line with related sustainable development goals. A draft Sustainable Freight Transport Policy 2030 has been prepared with the assistance of ESCAP. Ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh has accorded the highest priority to regional connectivity, taking into account the particular needs and problems of landlocked neighboring countries and states, and substantial progress has been achieved in this regard. Bangladesh has extended transit and transshipment facilities to BBIN countries, including the use of its two major seaports, Chattogram and Mongla, which usher in a new paradigm of connectivity in the region. For this, Bangladesh is investing hugely to increase the capacity and modernization of roads and its ports. Ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina inaugurated 9.83 kilometer long Padma Bridge on 25 June 2022, which is located on the Asian Highway AH1. It is anticipated to revolutionize the transportation system in the region. Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman Tunnel is expected to be opened for traffic this year. This tunnel will connect the western and eastern parts of Chattogram, the port city, and it will be connected to the Asian Highway AH41. Excellencies, in conclusion, Bangladesh is currently one of the fastest growing economies in South Asia. Bangladesh is also rapidly urbanizing, with nearly half of its population expected to live in urban areas by 2025. These trends, combined with policy push to establish transport connectivity with neighboring countries, have created tremendous growth opportunities for the transport sector of Bangladesh in the near future. We seek support and cooperation from all development partners to utilize this opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you, Bangladesh, for your statement. May I now invite the Russian Federation. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Уважаемые коллеги, дамы и господа, прежде всего хотим поблагодарить ESCAP за организацию сессии, за последовательное содействие развитию устойчивого транспорта в регионе. Положительно оцениваем деятельность секретариата ESCAP в 2022 году по выполнению мероприятий, запланированных в национальной программе и развития устойчивого транспорта на 2022-2026 годы. Приветствуем итоги 7-й сессии Комитета ESCAP по транспорту, которая придала дополнительный импульс развитию устойчивого транспорта и транспортной системы ПТР. Инфраструктурное развитие и повышение эффективности транспортных коридоров являются одними из приоритетов в Российской Федерации. При правительстве Российской Федерации действует штаб по транспортным коридорам, направленный на решение оперативных вопросов по развитию транспортных коридоров и созданию механизмов управления ими. Базовым для нас является развитие инфраструктуры. Работаем над устранением узких мест Транссибирской и Байкало-Амурской магистралей, повышением их пропускной способности до 180 миллионов к 2024 году. Аналогичную работу проводим по морским портам Российской Федерации на Тихом океане. Уже сейчас они могут перерабатывать 290 миллионов тонн грузов в год, а к 2030 году планируем увеличить эту сумму еще на 100 миллионов. Укреплению транспортной связуемости в регионе, развитию торгово-экономических связей будет способствовать реализация трехстороннего соглашения между Россией, Монголией и Китаем о международных автомобильных перевозках по сети азиатских автомобильных дорог. Видим большой потенциал в развитии международного транспортного коридора Север-Юг. В прошлом году был достигнут договоренности с Казахстаном, Туркменистаном и Ираном, которые позволили начать перевозки железнодорожным транспортом по восточному маршруту. Были достигнуты договоренности с Азербайджаном по упорядоченному развитию пунктов пропуска. Вчера в присутствии президентов Российской Федерации и Исламской Республики Иран был дан старт строительству и созданию железной дороги Решта-Старан. Это долгожданный в регионе проект, который позволит значительно снизить как сроки, так и стоимость доставки грузов по западной ветви коридора. В рамках Евразийского экономического союза вместе с партнерами формируем единые технические и правовые условия развития инфраструктуры и транспортных сервисов. Особое внимание уделяем переходу к низкоэмиссионной экономике, в том числе использованию альтернативных источников энергии в транспортной отрасли: природный газ, водород, гибридный и электрический транспорт. Обновляем парк транспортных средств, развиваем финансовые инструменты. На морском транспорте введены в эксплуатацию первые двухтопливные паромы с использованием природного газа. На железнодорожных перевозках проводим переоборудование тепловозов. Ожидаем поставку более 1500 электровозов. Разрабатываем пилотный проект по использованию поездов на водородном топливе. С целью снижения выбросов личного транспорта к 2030 году планируем довести долю электромобилей в общем объеме производства до 10% с установлением не менее 72 тысяч зарядных станций. Важно, чтобы в программе ESCAP одним из приоритетов оставался вопрос безопасности дорожного движения. За последние годы реализация программ позволила сократить количество погибших в ДТП в России в 2 раза по отношению к 2011 году. Целью является снижение показателей к 2030 году до уровня не более 4 погибших на 100 тысяч населения. С учетом актуальных трендов электромобильности и городской микромобильности, использования самокатов, велосипедов и других средств, обновляем правила дорожного движения для их безопасного использования в городах. В завершении выступления хотел бы отметить, что Российская Федерация подтверждает свою приверженность целям региональной программы действий по развитию устойчивого транспорта ВТР на 2022-2026 годы. Активно выступаем в поддержку транспортного сотрудничества на площадке ESCAP в рамках 3 профильных рабочих групп, а также проектов технического содействия. Российская Федерация является одним из ключевых доноров деятельности ESCAP в транспортной сфере. В настоящее время при нашей экспертной и финансовой поддержке секретариатом выполняется крупный пакет проектов по транспортной тематике. Рассчитываем на конструктивное взаимодействие в ходе предстоящих отраслевых заседаний на площадке ESCAP. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you, Russian Federation, for your statement. May I now invite India? India, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Government of India is laying focus on sustainable transport development through creation of regulatory frameworks to promote initiatives related to transition to cleaner fuels, improving performance and efficiency of vehicles by regulating and enforcing emission standards, enabling adoption of alternate fuels, blended fuels, cleaner technologies like green hydrogen, electric mobility, and others to reduce vehicular pollution. Standards have been formulated at par with global levels to enable manufacturing and adoption of electric vehicles, including buses specifying requirements for construction and functional safety, safety requirements for batteries, and type approval requirement for EVs. We believe that regional connectivity is an important aspect and it is a part of India's international initiatives. However, such initiatives, connectivity initiatives, must be based on universally recognized international norms, good governance, rule of law, openness, transparency, and equality. Madam Chair, the Government of India is encouraging innovative financing mechanisms in the transport sector for capacity building at institutional and individual levels under Sustainable Urban Transport Project, as well as financing of various traffic, transportation studies and surveys under the scheme for urban transport planning to encourage cities to better plan and manage their urban transport systems, etc. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, India, for your statement. May I now invite Japan? Japan, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As part of Japan's regional cooperation on climate action, Japan has been promoting various projects linked to green logistics and transport networks. One such example is the ASEAN-Japan Transport Partnership, which aims to respond to needs for regional economic integration and to address various global and regional issues, including matters related to the environment, climate, food security, transport safety, and leveraging emerging technologies toward these ends. Japan has been supportive of holding green logistics partnership meetings under the framework and have actively participated in meetings sponsored by Malaysia, Indonesia, and Cambodia to delve into these issues and are keen to sponsor holding such meetings at other countries as well in the future. Our capacity development support programs for the region includes our Eco Airport Training Program, which introduces low-carbon practices and technologies and sharing best practices related to low-carbon technologies in shipping. Under our Green Challenge National Transport Project Program, Japan strives to move towards an ever-greener society. We hope to pursue mutually reinforcing synergies between climate action and the transport arena, including through leveraging regional platforms such as ESCAP. Thanks.
Thank you, Japan, for your statement. Would any other delegation like to take the floor under this agenda item? Yes, United States of America, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Briefly, the United States actively participates in regional forums and organizations throughout the Asia-Pacific region, such as ASEAN and APEC, which we are hosting this year. And we do so in many ways to advance transport issues. Through these platforms, we engage in discussions and initiatives that promote regional transport cooperation and integration. We also maintain robust collaboration here at ESCAP with the Transport Division, and we look forward to continuing and expanding that collaboration. In the Asia-Pacific region, we take an ASEAN-centered approach in a lot of sectors, including transport. So I would flag our engagement with ASEAN and the US-ASEAN Senior Transport Officials Dialogue hosted last year when the US Department of Transportation launched the US-ASEAN Transportation Dialogue Partnership and adopted a 4-year work plan for 2022 through 2025 that emphasizes our joint commitment to advancing regional transportation solutions. The work plan includes new air, land, and maritime transportation programs that promote safety, sustainable and resilient infrastructure, regional connectivity, and emerging transport technologies. In the interest of time, I'll stop there, but thank you for the opportunity. And again, the ESCAP Transport Division, I want to say a special word of praise that they've been a very good partner. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America, for your statement. Would any other delegation like to take the floor under this agenda item? I see none. Let us now proceed with agenda sub-item 4G pertaining to macroeconomic policy, poverty reduction, and financing for development. The documents pertaining to this item is ESCAP/79/14 on securing public debt sustainability while pursuing the Sustainable Development Goals. I now open the floor for comments. I would like to remind all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 2 minutes. The first speaker is Thailand, followed by Indonesia. Thailand, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. After the pandemic has been relieved, a recovery in economic activities resulted in robust recovery in domestic demand, as well as the tourism sector. The Thai economy expanded by 2.6% in 2022, improving from a contraction of 6.1% in 2020 and 1.5% growth in 2021, respectively. This year, 2023, we forecasted that the Thai economy is expected to recover within a range of 2.7 to 3.7%, thanks to the well coordination between fiscal and monetary policies. Regarding economic stability, the Thai economy remains in a sound position. Inflation tends to be softened in line with declining energy price. Unemployment rate declined to the pre-COVID level of 1%. Current account returned to a surplus following a tourism recovery. On the fiscal front, the government gives most priority on fiscal sustainability, as observed by the public debt to GDP that declined from its peak to remain at 61.2% by the end of first quarter this year. In addition, Thailand's financial system remains strong amid volatile global financial markets. Banking system is resilient, while international reserves stood as high as almost 3 times of short-term external debts. In addition, Thailand's financial ecosystem has been conducive to foreign and domestic businesses with rapidly rising digital payment adoption and digital infrastructure development. For social development, poverty rate declined significantly from 65% in 1988 to be at only 6.3% in 2021. Meanwhile, the income Gini index stood at 0.43. This has been a result of continuing implementation for alleviating the impact of COVID-19, especially on the vulnerable and low-income groups. While such measures may have helped to cushion the impact and to boost the economy in the short run, long-term resilience for the Thai economy lies in the effective structural reform to steer the economy towards sustainable and green economic growth. Over the medium term, the government has laid down foundation to support economic recovery, as stated in the 5-year national plan, the 13th plan, which aims to transform the economy under 5 main development targets, including, firstly, restructuring the manufacturing and service sectors towards an innovation-based economy that aims for sustainable development, including 6 priority sectors: electrical vehicles, smart electronics and digital, agriculture and food industries, sustainable tourism, trade and investment, and medical and health-based services. Secondly, developing human capital for the new global era by expediting workforce enhancement to achieve quality that meets the needs of the labor market. Thirdly, creating a society of opportunities and fairness by reducing economic and social disparity. Fourthly, ensuring the transition of production and consumption towards sustainability by reducing pollution together with improving national resource utilization, as well as pushing for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Lastly, enhancing Thailand's capability to cope with change and risk in the new global context. Under these 5 development targets, it will be a crucial moment for Thailand to maintain economic recovery, along with structural transformation in order to achieve SDG goals and the goal to become a high-income country by 2037 as targeted in the 20-year national strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. May I now invite Indonesia, followed by China. Indonesia, you have the floor, please.
Esteemed Chair, distinguished Excellencies, honorable colleagues, So the COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact on Indonesia's economy. In 2020, our GDP shrank by 2.1%, but we rebounded later with the GDP growth of 3.7% in 2021 and 5.3% in 2022. Likewise, in poverty reduction as of 2022, 2.04% of the population live in extreme poverty with less than 1.9 PPP per day dollar. This achievement has become a strong base for meeting the SDGs 2030 target, contributing to the Asia-Pacific indicator. Currently, outreach to the vulnerable population remains a significant challenge. More inclusive data is required and will become an essential pillar in alleviating extreme poverty. Developing socio-economic registry is Indonesia's priority initiative, which we started in 2022. While poverty has decreased significantly in the Asia-Pacific, a considerable number of people are disadvantaged in other ways. Poverty is multidimensional, and reducing it requires integrated strategies and intervention. High economic growth is insufficient. We must expand access to quality education and healthcare for the poor, invest in infrastructure, deepen financial inclusion to reach the poor and vulnerable, create more job opportunities, and increase female labor force participation to ensure inclusive, sustainable, and equitable growth. Growth in one sector of the economy will not automatically convert into benefits for the poor. Much depends on the growth profile, such as employment, productivity, location, and intersectoral mobility. Indonesia's efforts have focused on reforming social protection and improve basic services. Through these strategies, we aim to enhance the multidimensional assets of the poor, including human capital, social cohesion, financial assets, and basic infrastructure, to enable them sustainably living above the poverty line. The government of Indonesia has also been developing a social impact investment scheme involving national and global investors to accelerate the impact. Further, we recognize the importance of adaptive social protection to protect individuals from sliding into poverty when facing crisis, catastrophic disaster, and climate change impacts. Risk-based sustainable financing should support such a program, and Indonesia has implemented this approach during the COVID-19 pandemic. In this regard, Indonesia strongly urges the three areas that need refinement and prospective collaboration, which we believe would benefit our common endeavor to promote inclusive economic growth and reduce poverty. One, we believe that developing a disaster-responsive social protection system is vital for addressing crises, including climate risk, given that more than half of the population in Asia-Pacific is not yet covered by any social protection scheme. We urge all members to leverage social protection intervention and delivery system more deliberately for shock preparedness, response, and recovery. We encourage strengthening data quality to develop interoperable, convergent social protection system that delivers more efficient and effective services. Finally, policymakers must not only focus on high growth, but also ensure that the growth is inclusive, creates equal opportunities for everyone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia, for your statement. May I now invite China to be followed by Bangladesh. China, you have the floor, please.
主席女士，各位代表，女士们、先生们，下午好。当前世界经济脆弱复苏，2030年可持续发展议程艰难推进。面对经济增长困境，亚太国家应当加强宏观经济政策协调，维护全球和区域经济金融稳定，应将发展置于经济复苏的优先位置，深化发展伙伴关系。发达国家 应切实履行发展援助承诺，推动缓解全球债务和流动性风险。近年来，超宽松的货币政策和激进的加息政策导致国际金融市场动荡，许多发展中国家遭遇严重的通货膨胀、本币贬值和资本外流。发达国家应采取负责任的货币和财政政策，采取实际行动降低国际金融风险。2008年金融危机以来，中国始终发挥世界经济主引擎作用，对世界经济增长的贡献率连续多年超过30%。2021年，中国完成了消除绝对贫困的艰巨任务，现行标准下9899万农村贫困人口全部脱贫，提前10年完成2030年可持续发展议程减贫目标，对全球减贫贡献率超过70%，创造了减贫治理的中国样本。中方在自身消除贫困的同时，也积极履行减贫国际责任，为发展中国家提供力所能及的帮助。习近平主席提出全球发展倡议，将减贫摆在重点合作领域的首位，契合了国际社会对消除贫困的迫切期待，顺应了各国人民对美好生活的共同向往。当前，全球发展合作处于艰难时刻，传统捐助国削减发展领域的资源投入，加剧了筹资短缺。国际社会必须要迎难而上，加强发展筹资合作，帮助发展中国家获得急需的支持。中方宣布创设全球发展和南南合作基金，加大对中国联合国和平与发展基金投入等重大举措，为加快落实2030年议程增添了新的动力。中方高度重视 ESCAP 宏观经济、减贫和发展筹资领域合作。近年来，资助 ESCAP 开展了多个 PPP 相关的合作项目，帮助发展中国家打破基础设施融资瓶颈。中方愿同各成员加强合作，增进南北合作，深化南南合作，推动实现亚太地区经济复苏和共同发展。谢谢。
Thank you, China. May I now invite Bangladesh? Bangladesh, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh has achieved a spectacular economic advancement underpinned by unprecedented progress in socio-economic development in the last decade. Bangladesh registered more than 7% growth during the pre-COVID 4 consecutive years. Bangladesh has been able to successfully overcome the COVID spillover impacts due to various initiatives of the government. As a result, 6.94% growth has been achieved in fiscal year 2021 despite the toll of COVID-19. Despite the present global crisis and disruptions in the global supply chain and inflationary pressure across the globe, the GDP growth has reached 7.10% in fiscal year 21-22. The growth rate has been targeted to be 6.5% for the current fiscal year 22-23, considering the lagged effects of COVID-19 and the protracted global crisis. The main strategy for fiscal year 22-23 is to strengthen the aggregate supply while maintaining its aggregate demand. The most important aspects of Bangladesh's transition from an LDC is the international recognition of the country's socio-economic development, which has been possible for appropriate planning, policy interventions, and strategies of the government. The transformation of the economy is also led by digital advancement and the deepening of the financial sector. The government has been taking various reform initiatives, including measures to increase the tax-GDP ratio, measures to improve ease of doing business, increase automation, digitization, and use of risk management techniques, increase transparency, and expand fiscal space are some of these. Ladies and gentlemen, reducing poverty is one of the major objectives of the government's economic policy. According to the Bangladesh Development Update published by the World Bank in April 2022, 2022. Poverty declined to 11.9% in fiscal year 21 from 12.5% in fiscal 20 using the international poverty line. All major social security programs are being expedited through the G2P method for bringing transparency and improving efficiency. Bangladesh is one of the top performers in implementing SDGs, the global agenda for 2030. Our Honorable Prime Minister has been conferred with the SDG Progress Award in September 2021. Moreover, Bangladesh secured 71st position in the Global Gender Gap Report 2022, published by the World Economic Forum among 146 countries, a significant jump from the rank in 91st among 115 countries. Excellencies, the way the country is moving towards its goal is undoubtedly spectacular. Under the visionary leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, the country is going to transform into a higher middle income country by 2031, a knowledge-based, happy, prosperous, and smart developed country by 2041, and a secure delta by 2100. We firmly believe that we will be able to materialize the dream of Golden Bengal of our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, by 2041, and we will also seek the cooperation from the development partners and UN agencies in this regard. Thank you all.
Thank you, Bangladesh, for your statement. Would any other delegation like to take the floor under this agenda item? I see none. We shall now take up agenda item 4H pertaining to trade, investment, enterprise, and business innovation. The documents pertaining to this item are ESCAP/MCREI/2022/5 report of the Third Ministerial Conference on Regional Economic Cooperation and Integration in Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP/CTIEBI 1/8 on report of the Committee on Trade, Investment, Enterprise and Business Innovation on its first session, ESCAP/79/15 on the report of the Governing Council of the Asian and Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology on its 18th session, and ESCAP/79/19 on harnessing trade, investment, innovation, and technology transfer for climate action. Let us start with statements from the chair of the Third Ministerial Conference on the Regional Economic Cooperation and Integration in Asia and the Pacific. His Excellency Loknath Sharma, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, Bhutan.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it has been an honor to serve as the chair of the Third Ministerial Conference on Regional Economic Cooperation and Integration, which was held from 28 to 30 September 2022 under the theme of Building Resilience to Crisis through Regional Economic Cooperation and Integration. The conference allowed discussing how regional economic cooperation and integration can help address the multiple challenges facing countries in the region through market integration, seamless and sustainable connectivity, and an inclusive digital future. The conference noted the importance of regional cooperation through trade and investment to support resilience and the achievement of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, and noted the importance of the Framework Agreement on facilitating of cross-border paperless trade. Regarding seamless and sustainable connectivity, the conference noted significant national efforts in the region to develop transport infrastructure and promote international transport corridors, and recognize the central role of the intergovernmental agreements on the Asian Highway Network, the Trans-Asian Railway Network, and dry ports. It emphasized prioritizing further development of multimodal transport corridors, expanding the role of international rail transport, and continued digitalization and facilitation of freight transfer operations. In the context of energy connectivity, the conference considered the effects of rising energy prices on national economies and energy security and discussed net zero and renewable energy targets as well as efforts to further develop domestic power generation resources, including renewable energy. The conference emphasized the importance of regional connectivity in the power sector as an enabler of renewable energy trade and in meeting national sustainability targets. With regard to digital connectivity, the conference emphasized that the COVID-19 pandemic had accelerated the digital transformation and that digital infrastructure as well as secure and affordable digital services were indispensable for inclusive digital transformations. In this context, it emphasized the importance of regional cooperation for an inclusive digital economy and society and the role of regional cooperation mechanisms, such as the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Network. In conclusion, the conference recommended that the Secretariat continue to accord priority to enhancing economic cooperation and integration in Asia and the Pacific in the program of work of the Commission and through its conference structure. Tasidele, thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Let us now hear from Chair of the first session of the Committee on Trade, Investment, Enterprise and Business Innovation, His Excellency Mr. Tumor Amar Sanna, Ambassador Extraordinary and Potentially and Permanent Representative to UN ESCAP of Mongolia.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my honor to serve as the chair of the first session of the Committee on Trade, Investment, Enterprise and Business Innovation, which was held from 22nd to 24th February of this year in Bangkok and online. During the proceedings, member states of ESCAP, intergovernmental bodies, United Nations bodies, and specialist agencies and other stakeholders discussed regional and national perspectives and shared views on how opportunities can be leveraged to accelerate progress for sustainable development. The committee highlighted the need to make trade in the region more competitive, sustainable, and inclusive, including through expanding efforts in the digitalization of trade and trade processes, green development, and support for businesses in relation to trade. Addressing the digital divide was noted as being vital to achieving this goal. The importance of strengthening private sector engagement and public-private partnerships was recognized, and the committee acknowledged the facilitative role played by platforms such as the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network and initiatives such as the Asia-Pacific Green Deals for Business in facilitating corporate, social, and environmental responsibility. The committee also emphasized the significance of mobilizing impact investment and foreign direct investment for sustainable development, noting its potential and promoting gender equality, bridging the digital divide, and tackling climate change. With regard to enterprise and business innovation, the committee welcomed the emergence of innovative business models and aim to address social and environmental challenges, and express support for continued efforts in promoting inclusive and social responsible businesses and women-led enterprises. Last but not least, the committee recognized the importance of new emerging technologies for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and called for enhanced cooperation for the development, diffusion, and scaling up for these technologies in the region. In conclusion, this first session of the Committee on Trade, Investment, Enterprise and Business Innovation has laid a strong foundation for collaboration on these issues in our region, and we look forward to further progress in coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. May I now invite the chair of the 18th session of the Governing Council of the Asian and Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology, Mr. Olive Join, Alijonovic to Chief Director, Agency for Innovative Development of the Republic of Uzbekistan, to brief us on that meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to serve as a chair of the 18th session of the Governing Council of Asian and Pacific Center of Technology Transfer, APCTT, and to brief you the outcomes of the GC session. Technologies are considered as a key enablers for addressing climate change and achieving sustainable development goals. With focus on innovative and emerging technologies, APCTT supports member states through policy and analytical support, capacity building, technology facilitation, partnership, and knowledge management. The 18th session of the Governing Council was held on 7th and 8th of December 2022 in Bangkok and online. It was attended by the 10 GC members and observers. The Council greatly appreciates APCTT's activities and achievements during the December 2021 to November 2022. The Center delivered and contributed to 15 demand-driven activities and events over the years in the key areas including fourth industrial revolution technologies, biotechnology, energy, climate change, green innovations, smart grids, and air pollution control. These activities enhanced knowledge of over than 1,100 participants from 28 member states. The Center also facilitated improved access to knowledge through its online periodical Asia Pacific Tech Monitor and knowledge products. The Council requested to the Center to continue providing the demand-driven policy, analytical and capacity-building support to strengthen national innovation systems, technology innovations, transfer, adoption and diffusion of the promote regional cooperation. The Council adopted the strategic plan of APCTT for the next 5 years. The strategic plan for 2023 to 2027 outlines the vision of the Center to enhance regional cooperation for innovation, adoption, diffusion, and transfer of innovative and emerging technologies in the Asia-Pacific region for addressing the climate change and achieving SDGs. The Council also adopted the Center's program of work for 2023 and invited members to consider the following suggestions: to provide voluntary annual contributions, to finance technical cooperation projects or provide in-kind support, to provide national experts to work at APCTT. The Council stands committed to support APCTT in delivering on the needs of members and addressing climate change through the supporting innovation and scale-up of emerging technologies, facilitating enabling policies and partnership, and strengthening technology cooperation. With your support and encouragement, the Center will build a strong work program and deliver more efficient than ever. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. I now open the floor for comments. I would like to remind all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 2 minutes. The first speaker is Thailand, followed by China. Thailand, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, climate change has significant impacts to global and regional trade and investment in areas ranging from industrial production to trading patterns, services, and consumer behaviors, as well as investment decisions. As a result, global and regional organizations are adopting global climate strategies aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions and mitigating the impacts of climate change, such as the Green Deal Pillar and Climate Smart Trade, that seek to address the challenges posed by climate change in the context of trade and investment. As a country that heavily relies on manufacturing and service industry, Thailand has a significant role to play in response to the global direction. In this regard, Thai business and private sectors need to adopt low to zero emission measures and practices in their investment, manufacturing, and trading processes. The Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research, and Innovation of Thailand, or MAISI, is an important organization that encourages innovation and entrepreneurship, linking university with industry, and providing knowledge infrastructure to support innovation by business sector, as evident in our 5-year action plan. For science, research, and innovation, research and innovation are geared in the direction of sustainable development. Since 2015, Macy has initiated Green Campus Network, bringing together 160 universities and research institutions nationwide to share knowledge and best practices on the implementation of SDGs and net zero approaches through activities that also involve local communities to leverage sustainable businesses and activities. Currently, Green Campus has evolved into the Sustainable University Network of Thailand, which is driving SDG implementation in universities and collaborating with stakeholders to share knowledge and support each other. Important stakeholders include micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, which contribute about 1/3 of GDP in 2021, but constitute over 90% of business enterprises in Thailand. The Thai government, through Macy, advocates the BCG model of economic development, which integrates bioeconomy, circular economy, and green economy to achieve SDGs. Adoption of the BCG model has been promoted through policy instruments, encouraging the private sector to enhance competitiveness and sustainability. The BCG indicators have been developed to measure the progress of GHG emission reduction toward achieving net zero by 2050. The Office of National Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation Policy Council under Macy is instrumental in driving the BCG policy through multi-stakeholder partnership, including international collaboration with ESCAP and other international development partners. Going forward, Asia and the Pacific must confront new challenges resulting from the disruptive effects of climate change on traditional methods of production, trade, and consumption. Thailand will continue to play a constructive role in addressing these global and regional challenges in the spirit of SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. May I now invite China to be followed by India. China, you have the floor, please.
谢谢主席女士，尊敬的各位代表、女士们、先生们。近年来，亚太地区贸易投资合作在曲折中前行，区域全面经济伙伴关系协定正式生效，亚太贸易协定、亚太跨境无纸贸易便利化框架协定持续扩员，为促进本地区经济增长和疫后复苏注入动力。中方坚定不移推进高水平对外开放，持续深化国际经贸合作。2022年，面对多重因素冲击，中国采取有力措施稳定生产和出口，积极扩大进口，外贸保持稳定增长势头，有力推动全球经济复苏。2022年，中国进出口总额达到6.31万亿美元，同比增长4.4%，其中与亚太国家进出口额占60%左右。2022年，中国实际使用外资1891.3亿美元，同比增长8%，对外直接投资1465亿美元，增长0.9%。今年第一季度，中国经济增长4.5%，展现出长期向好的强劲势头。根据国际货币基金组织报告，亚太地区对今年全球经济增长的贡献率将高达70%左右，其中中国的贡献率将高达30%。中国经济复苏也强力推动了全球和亚太经济复苏。面对疫后复苏的艰巨任务，亚太国家应坚持 多边主义和团结合作精神，反对单边主义和保护主义，消除贸易投资壁垒，维护以世贸组织为核心的多边贸易体制，推动经济全球化朝着更加开放、包容、普惠、平衡、共赢的方向发展。应共同构建安全稳定、畅通高效、开放包容、互利共赢的全球产业链供应链体系，促进全球和亚太经济循环和复苏。应推动构建开放型亚太经济，促进各成员贸易投资领域合作，深化区域经济一体化，缩小发展鸿沟，为亚太地区可持续发展做出积极贡献。谢谢。
Thank you, China. May I now invite India to be followed by the Russian Federation. India, you have the floor, please.
Thank you for the floor, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, despite the global slowdown and geopolitical uncertainties, India has emerged as the fifth largest economy and is projected to remain the fastest growing economy in the world. India presides over the G20 this year. With the theme of India's presidency, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, our priorities will focus on healing our one earth, creating harmony within our one family, and giving hope for our one future. For the first time in G20, the Troika is comprised of three emerging market economies, Indonesia, India, and Brazil. During India's G20 presidency, the Trade and Investment Working Group will pursue 5 priorities, where ESCAP is providing support on 2 priorities issues, namely trade for growth and prosperity and logistics for trade. India has taken many initiatives to encourage investment towards addressing climate change. The government has permitted foreign direct investment of up to 100% under the automatic route in the renewable energy sector to save the global aspiration in favor of decarbonization and encouraging green energy. The government's recent approval of the National Green Hydrogen Mission is a step ahead in the vision to make India a global hub for production, utilization, and export of green hydrogen and its derivatives. Adoption of green hydrogen can enable India to abate 3.6 gigatons of carbon dioxide emissions cumulatively between now and 2050 and reduce industrial coal imports by 95%. Madam Chair, power production in India is transitioning towards carbon neutrality and power producers are investing heavily in renewable energy. The innovation industry has become an emerging player in the sector. The Government of India has recognized over 4,600 startups under the sustainability sectors as of November 2022. These startups are working in the domains of nuclear energy, solar energy, clean technology, electric vehicles, and others. India has recognized over 2,212 startups in the renewable energy sector, 1,903 startups in the green technology sector, and 504 startups in the waste management sector. Madam Chair, as host country and of the Asian and the Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology since 1977, India has been a permanent member of the Center's Governing Council and shares a strong and mutually supportive relationship with the Center in advancing the technology agenda in the Asia-Pacific region. India appreciates the efforts and contributions of APCTT for strengthening national innovation systems and technology cooperation and transfer capacities of countries in the region to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Government of India expresses its strong support for APCTT's 5-year strategic plan and program of work and encourages ESCAP member states to contribute more to the work of the Center to strengthen regional technology cooperation in the Asia-Pacific. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, India, for your statement. May I now invite the Russian Federation, followed by Bangladesh. Russian Federation, floor is for you.
Спасибо, госпожа председатель. Хотели бы поблагодарить секретариат ESCAP за проделанную работу по подготовке обзора достижения целей устойчивого развития ВТР. Россия последовательно выступает за укрепление регионального торгового и инвестиционного сотрудничества для обеспечения поступательного экономического роста и достижения устойчивого развития региона. Уделяем пристальное внимание обеспечению благоприятного торгового и инвестиционного климата ВТР как фактору, который содействует стабильному функционированию рынка товаров, услуг, капитала в глобальном контексте. Видим, что глобально-региональная торговля развивается благодаря цифровой трансформации, которая началась еще до пандемии, но значительно ускорилась в последние годы. В этой связи отмечаем роль рамочного соглашения по упрощению трансграничной безбумажной торговли. Россия, в свою очередь, находится на финальной стадии национальных процедур по присоединению к рамочному соглашению. Законопроект о присоединении находится на рассмотрении Нижней палаты парламента. Также подчеркиваем важность стимулирования инвестиций в устойчивое развитие. Мы продолжаем развивать национальную финансовую систему, которая благоприятствует продвижению устойчивых инвестиций. В этом контексте таксономия служит ориентиром для всех заинтересованных сторон и прежде всего инвесторов. В России действует таксономия устойчивых финансов, которая уже охватывает зеленые проекты и деятельность переходного периода. В ближайшее время мы дополним ее критериями социальных проектов, в том числе по направлениям здравоохранения, образования, занятости, предпринимательства, спорта, культуры и доступного жилья. Мы уже видим определенные результаты этой работы. По итогам 2021-2022 годов в секторе устойчивого развития обращаются облигации на сумму свыше $3,5 миллиардов. В контексте торговли важными движущими силами выступают малые и средние предприятия. Мы реализуем национальный проект, направленный на их поддержку. В результате в 2022 году, несмотря на все вызовы, число предпринимателей в России достигло 22 миллионов. Это на 500 000 больше, чем в 2021 году. В целях донастройки каналов господдержки МСП в высокотехнологичных секторах в ближайшее время мы собираемся законодательно закрепить понятие малой технологической компании. Это позволит таким компаниям получать необходимую финансовую и нефинансовую поддержку, наиболее востребованную на ранних стадиях развития. Кроме того, запущена большая работа по масштабному вовлечению студентов университетов в технологическое предпринимательство. В рамках этого проекта создаются инструменты по выявлению и развитию способностей к осуществлению предпринимательской деятельности. Формируется среда для запуска стартапов на базе университетов и привлечения инвестиций в такие проекты. Однако, несмотря на то, что развитие в регионе движется вперед, вызывает озабоченность ситуация с цепочками поставок, которая ухудшилась во время последних лет. Учитывая тему текущей сессии, хотим выразить озабоченность ростом зеленого протекционизма. Считаем, что продвижение устойчивой торговли и реализация политики по борьбе с изменением климата тесно взаимосвязаны. И нам необходимо сосредоточиться на выработке общих подходов, и для их успешного продвижения в первую очередь следует отказаться от различных барьеров в торговле, финансировании, распространении технологий для устойчивого развития. В контексте записки секретариата об использовании торговли для действий по борьбе с изменением климата хотели бы поделиться нашими подходами к регулированию выбросов парниковых газов на региональном уровне. В прошлом году мы приняли федеральный закон, запускающий пилотные схемы регионального квотирования парниковых выбросов. Первым регионом реализации станет Сахалинская область, и лучшие практики Сахалина могут быть впоследствии использованы другими российскими регионами. Уважаемая госпожа председатель, в завершение я хотела бы подчеркнуть, что важно поддерживать многостороннюю торговую систему, основанную на правилах ВТО, продолжать углублять региональную экономическую интеграцию и взаимодействие между региональными экономическими объединениями. Мы готовы делиться своим опытом и призываем страны СКАТа активнее сотрудничать в обмене экспертизы, повышением доступности технологий и цифровых решений, ориентированных на устойчивое развитие и преодоление климатических вызовов. Спасибо.
Thank you, Russian Federation, for your statement. May I now invite Bangladesh, followed by Chair of ESBN. Bangladesh, floor is for you, please. Please unmute your microphone. We can't hear you, please. We can't hear you, please. No.
Please reconnect and try.
Please reconnect and we can try again. Shall we move to Chair of ESBN,
Hello,
please?
is it clear now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. You all are aware of the current global situation. We are in a tumultuous world which is beset with pandemic, armed war, trade conflict, digital divide, climate menace, and so on. All such disruptive realities are happening at a time when the implementation of the SDGs has nearly come up once for all. In such context, I am encouraged to see the ESCAP's Trade, Investment and Innovation Division organizing an event which can really catalyze some tangible and credible benefits for our countries. Dear colleague, Bangladesh is poised to graduate as a middle-income country in 2026. We have been an inspiration for the LDCs for implementing global goals like MDGs, the Istanbul Plan of Action. Since its independence in 1971, under the leadership of our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Bangladesh has been trying to develop domestic capacities and resilience to address external shocks, challenges, risks, and uncertainties. During the last 14 years, the country performed excellently well in the macroeconomic areas and external sectors, including export and foreign exchange earnings. Our government has been working diligently to build a hunger and poverty-free Bangladesh, which is the main theme of SDG 1 and SDG 2. Ladies and gentlemen, as a beneficiary of multilateral trading system, Bangladesh has already undertaken appropriate policy actions to face the challenges ahead. These policy actions include utilization of infrastructure for trade and investment facilitation, upscaling and reskilling the level of human capital, digitization of trading system, formulating roadmap for product diversification, participation in regional and bilateral free trade agreements, undertaking policy reforms like tariff rationalization, enhancing internal resource mobilization, etc. In addition, the country has undertaken a Smart Bangladesh program based on the tangible success of its earlier vision, Digital Bangladesh. In the context of the present world and Bangladesh perspective, I would like to highlight some points here. ESCAP may be of a great support to help Bangladesh in the trade negotiation capacity building for Bangladesh trade officials as a part of its role as Secretariat for APTA. ESCAP, in collaboration with 4 other commissions, UNCTAD and WTO, may take some requisite policy actions for the implementation of commitments as were explicitly embedded in WTO, Hong Kong and Nairobi Ministerial Declaration. ESCAP may also make significant contribution in this regard. Bangladesh earnestly requires the ESCAP to encourage all countries, including members of APTA, to be a part of this initiative for better results of interoperability. Distinguished guests, Bangladesh is actively engaged in the cross-border paperless trade, Asia-Pacific Trade Agreement, public-private partnership networking, renewable energy, and other initiatives of ESCAP. It is to be noted that Bangladesh was one of the top 5 countries who signed the ESCAP Framework Agreement on cross-border paperless trade in Asia and the Pacific in 2017 and ratified in 2020. The agreement has become effective from February 2021. It is an outstanding achievement for our region, confirming the high-level commitment and vision of the Asia-Pacific countries, as well as will play a vital role to construct a smart Bangladesh. In implementing the climate resilient trade and investment recommendations, ESCAP can bring in some enabling roadmap so that the developing markets cooperate with the capacity constrained countries based on equity. Bangladesh always reposes great confidence in ESCAP initiatives. I once again admire ESCAP's accomplishment. Thank you all.
Thank you, Bangladesh. May I now invite Chair of ESBN? ESBN, yes. Chair, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network, ESBN, represents businesses of the Asia-Pacific region committed to green transformation and development that is sustainable, creating infrastructure, technology, logistics, goods and services, and financing to improve people's lives and to create a more sustainable and inclusive future for all. Being the world's key economic driver and accountable for more than 50% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions, the Asia-Pacific region's immediate challenge is to accelerate climate action in the region for sustainable development and to strengthen regional cooperation on dealing with the climate crisis. To this end, the private sector must take a leading role in quickly and decisively investing much more environmental, social, and governance (ESG) funds in smarter, greener solutions necessary for achieving the global goals agreed by world leaders in 2015, the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. We at ESBN share the global consensus view that the world must move into emergency mode to seriously and fully address the urgent challenge of the climate crisis. And we urge governments to quickly and decisively create clear and predictable, low carbon and climate resilient, and ESG-friendly policy frameworks that foster innovation and transformation to net zero carbon emissions. We are dedicated to working in multi-stakeholder partnership among businesses, governments, and communities to enable green transformation to a more sustainable and inclusive economy. We will continue to promote and facilitate the alignment of business investments. We carry this out through launching our own version of a Green Deal for the Asia-Pacific region, with businesses proactively working together and hand in hand with governments and communities to develop new business models that create new and sustainable employment and better outcomes for the environment and society. In 2023, this year, being the midpoint of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, we are starting the implementation of an Asia-Pacific Green Deal for business, and we are urging and mobilizing all Asia-Pacific businesses to sign up for the Green Deal and to support it, to support the implementation by taking specific actions without delays in the following 5 key areas, constituting the 5 pillars of the green transformation of our region. The first pillar, green energy, is focused on advancing a zero carbon, affordable, and resilient energy system. The second pillar, green infrastructure, is focused on building smart, low carbon, water secure, and climate resilient cities, buildings, transport systems, logistics, and other infrastructure designed for walkability and low carbon mobility. The third pillar, green finance, is focused on mobilizing public and private investment for green transformation in energy, infrastructure, transport, and logistics, and other sustainable innovation for the new economy. The fourth pillar, green innovation, is focused on accelerating and scaling up new technologies and applications to improve efficiency, lower costs, and reduce environmental impact from the way we live, work, trade, and conduct business. The fifth pillar, green production, consumption, and waste management, is about changing towards a more circular economy with new business and employment opportunities to minimize environmental impacts and dependencies. Businesses that sign up for the Asia-Pacific Green Deal for Business share and demonstrate their conviction that business must proactively take a leading role in the green transformation of our region for the good of the world. In the Asia-Pacific region, where the war against the climate crisis will be won or lost, we are committed to balancing our development aspirations with our responsibility to protect the Earth. The Asia-Pacific Green Deal for Business is all about strengthening regional cooperation and harnessing ESG investing and transformational opportunities of a new green economy. We urge businesses to join hands with ESBN in implementing the Asia-Pacific Green Deal for Business to accelerate climate action for sustainable development in the region and to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of ESBN. Would any other delegation like to take the floor under this agenda item, please? Yes, the United States of... You have the floor, please. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. The challenges we face in the 21st century make economic cooperation and integration a necessity. So we thank ESCAP for its role promoting regional economic connectivity and for serving as a forum that ensures the Sustainable Development Goals help to frame and cooperation and integration are really the central ideas behind our Indo-Pacific economic framework, which we launched last year with 13 other Asia-Pacific economies. It's why we're working with partners in ASEAN and the Pacific Islands to support a region that is free and open, connected and prosperous, secure and resilient. And it is why we are pleased to be hosting APEC this year under the theme, Creating a Resilient and Sustainable Future for All. Since APEC and ESCAP overlap to a significant extent, I'd like to note our priorities at APEC. In short, we seek a regional economy that is interconnected, innovative, and inclusive. Interconnected means building a resilient and interconnected region that advances broad-based economic prosperity. This includes strengthening supply chain resilience, promoting digital trade, and support for the WTO. Innovative means enabling an innovative environment for a sustainable future. This includes enhancing climate mitigation and resilience, promoting the digital economy and enhancing digitization, and promoting food security, food safety, and agricultural biotechnology. Inclusive means creating an equitable and inclusive future for all. This includes advancing gender equity, strengthening small and medium enterprises, elevating workers' voices, and engaging historically underserved and underrepresented segments of the population. I'll end there, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, United States of America. Would any other delegation like to take the floor under this agenda item? I see none. We shall now take up agenda item 4.1 pertaining to information and communications technology, science, technology, and innovation. The documents pertinent to this item are ESCAP/CICT/STI/2022/6 on the report of the Committee on Information and Communications Technology, Science, Technology, and Innovation on its 4th session, ESCAP/MCSASD/2023/3 on the report on the 4th Ministerial Conference on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP/MCSASD/2322/3/LDD1 containing the Jakarta Ministerial Declaration on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP/79/17 containing the report of the Governing Council of the Asian and Pacific Training Center for Information and Communication Technology for Development on its 17th session, and ESCAP/79/18 on promoting digital transformation in Asia and the Pacific through the Action Plan for Implementing the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative 2022-2026. Let us begin item 4.1 by hearing from Chair of the 4th session of the Committee on Information and Communications Technology, Science, Technology, and Innovation, May I invite the conference room officer to play the video of His Excellency Mr. Ivan John EU, Secretary Department of Information and Communications Technology of Philippines.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am honored as the chair of the fourth session of the Committee on Information and Communications Technology, Science, Technology, and Innovation to report on the key outcomes of the committee, which was held in the United Nations Conference Center in Bangkok from 29 August to 1st of September 2022. The digital development paradigm is transforming societies and economies at an unprecedented scale. These include tackling the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as other natural disasters which are occurring with increased frequency and severity, bringing compounding impacts across the Asia-Pacific region. In response and in alignment with the Commission Resolution 78-1, the committee made a number of key recommendations and decisions. First, the committee recommended that the Commission welcome the endorsement by the Committee of the Action Plan for Implementing the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative 2022 to 2026. In this regard, the committee decided to contribute through sharing of national experiences and best practices to the implementation of the action plan. Second, the committee decided to work towards harnessing the potential of digital technology applications as an important means for accelerating the implementation of the SDGs. Third, it was also decided by the committee to work on strengthening resilient digital connectivity infrastructure as an essential condition for bridging the digital divide and to strengthen cooperation efforts on the sharing of experiences related to more effective data management and use. And fourth, the committee recommended that the Secretariat, through the APCICT, strengthen its capacity building support to governments on using digital technologies for sustainable development. Last is that the committee decided to support the efforts of the Secretariat through the APCTT to strengthen the capacity of members and associate members to accelerate the voluntary transfer or mutually agreed terms, adoption, and diffusion of these technologies in the region. These resolutions.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We will now hear from the chair of the fourth Ministerial Conference on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific, Mr. Laksana.
Are demand-driven, cost-effective, and transformative. In this regard, ministers, high-level representatives, and the heads of the space community from 27 countries in Asia-Pacific met in Jakarta on 26 October 2022 for the fourth Ministerial Conference on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Asia-Pacific under the theme of Space Plus for Our Earth and Future. As the chair of the Ministerial Conference, it is my pleasure to report the key outcomes of the conference to the Commission. 1. The Jakarta Ministerial Declaration on Space Application for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Asia-Pacific was adopted, which encouraged members and associate members to accelerate implementations of Phase 2 of the Plan of Action. Secondly, the declaration encouraged members and associate members to further enhance substantive cooperation on space science and technology and their applications to strengthen the implementation of Phase 2 of the Plan of Action by paying attention as appropriate to specific elements centered and not limited to leveraging innovative digital applications, managing data and information more effectively, engaging end users, and enhancing partnership with national or regional and global stakeholders. Third, the declaration appreciated the progress made in implementing the plan of action in its phase 1 and encourage members and associate members to work together closely and develop appropriate joint programs and projects that are aligned with the plan of action. In this connection, I'm pleased to report that the government of Indonesia announced initiative at the conference as a contribution to accelerating the implementation of phase 2 of the plan. Through collaboration with ESCAP members and associate members, we invite all member states and associate members to participate and take benefit in collaborative activities through these initiatives. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to present the outcomes of the 4th Ministerial Conference on Space Applications to the Commission, and I thank all distinguished delegates for their attention.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Chair of the 17th session of the Governing Council of the Asian and Pacific Training Center for ICT for Development, Mr. Jeffrey Iron Cardano Dew, Assistant Secretary, Department of Information and Communications Technology of Philippines, to brief us on the outcomes of that meeting. Sir, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Governing Council of the Asian and Pacific Training Center for ICT for Development, I am pleased to brief you on the outcome of the Council's deliberations during the 17th session held on 9th November 2022 in Seoul, Republic of Korea. The Governing Council commended the Center's work on building human and institutional capacities for digital development in the region. Among the Center's notable achievements over the last year are regional launches of new training programs on frontier ICTs and promoting broadband connectivity, a sub-regional training for policymakers in North and Central Asia on digital government and transformation, and national workshops for civil servants in 6 countries. The Center has also been supporting women entrepreneurs in the region on e-commerce, digital marketing, and ICT tools for financial management. The Governing Council took note of the findings of the Information and Communications Technology Capacity Building Needs Assessment conducted by the Center, which will contribute to identifying priority actions and focus areas in line with the work of ESCAP. The Governing Council endorsed the Center's work plan for 2023 to broaden its reach to all subregions, trickle its programs down to local governments, and deepen support to member states through advisory services. The Center will continue to work closely with national partners to localize its programs to fit national contexts, as well as increase its visibility and enrich its networks by building partnerships with sub-regional and national organizations. On behalf of the Council, I would like to express sincere appreciation to the government of the Republic of Korea for its continued support of the work of the APC-ICT. I would also like to thank member states that have provided valuable voluntary contributions, as well as program partners for their in-kind support to implement the Center's programs. I take this opportunity to invite all ESCAP member states to collaborate and support the important work of the Center, including through voluntary and in-kind contributions. Thank you.
Thank you. I now open the floor for comments. I would like to remind all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 2 minutes. The first speaker is Thailand, to be followed by China. Thailand, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Climate change and greenhouse gas emissions still continuously threaten development and impacts all of our countries together. Meanwhile, hindering the achievement of the SDG goals. It is certain that digital technology will play an important key role in addressing and coping with all these challenges. Nowadays, people are connected through online systems which are continuing to increase the demand for high power storage, while consumers are increasing demanding digital devices. It results in greenhouse gas emissions generated by the production of digital devices, including disposing of them at the end of use. On the other hand, by making use of appropriate and promoting digital technology-driven approach to combat climate change, it will be able to contribute to the sustainability of the planet through it. We are all known that AI, IoT, and various digital technology were used as a tool to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in industry, agriculture, transportation, and household through the development of work systems to be more efficient, to reduce the impact of energy loss, emissions, and suitable for the current world situation, even tackling climate change by enabling us to monitor and measure the impacts of climate change of forecast extreme weather events through advanced data analytics. This will lead us to take precise action to protect our regions and reduce the risk of natural disasters. Thailand has developed TMD portal to integrate big data ecosystem and methodological data into central platform where people can access weather information to make more informed decisions about resource management, disaster preparedness, and other areas related to climate change. Secretariat to continue working together in promoting the development of digital technology and tackling climate change. Together, we can foster sustainable growth for our societies. With this, we need partnerships from regional and sub-regional cooperation frameworks to define what we make for the future of our world. I thank you.
Thank you, Thailand, for your statement. May I now invite China, followed by India. China, you have the floor, please.
谢谢主席女士、女士们、先生们。过去1年 ，ESCAP 成功举办第4届亚太空间应用促进可持续发展部长会，并通过雅加达宣言，举行第4届信息通信和科技创新委员会，积极推进信息通信和科技创新领域合作。中方对此表示肯定。中方高度重视信息通信发展。近年来，中国持续推进网络提速降费，积极发展互联网+，移动互联网用户数增加到了14.5亿户。中国数字经济不断壮大，新产业、新业态、新模式增加值占国内生产总值的比重达到71%以上。中国政府坚持以人民为中心的发展思想，着力推动构建数字包容社会，并加快数字政府建设。90%以上的政府服务已实现网上可办。中国推进空间技术手段多样化和系统化，在疫情防控、智慧交通、韧性城市、灾害应对、生态环境监测等领域中发挥着重要作用。中方积极参与区域和全球信息通信和科技创新合作。中国 ESCAP 合作基金支持 ESCAP 秘书开展项目，帮助发展中国家提高数字发展能力，缩小数字鸿沟。中方并担任亚太空间应用促进可持续发展行动计划工作组副主席，为行动计划第2阶段落实提供支持。女士们、先生们，为进一步缩小数字鸿沟，让所有国家均能分享数字红利，各方应加强数字合作，用好 ESCAP 等区域平台，携手推进亚太信息高速公路倡议、亚太空间应用促进可持续发展行动计划等区域合作倡议落实，加强发展中国家信息通信能力建设。 中方提出的全球发展倡议将数字经济和互联互通作为重点合作领域，欢迎各方积极参与倡议合作，共同利用信息通信技术，更好促进区域落实2030年可持续发展议程落实。中方愿与亚太各国加强互信合作，发挥信息通信技术和数字经济的独特作用，共同促进亚太可持续发展。谢谢。
Thank you, China. May I now invite India to be followed by Philippines. India, floor is for you, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. India appreciates the efforts and contributions of UNESCAP and the APCTT for strengthening regional cooperation in new and emerging technologies to achieve sustainable development goals in the Asia-Pacific region. Emerging technologies such as the fourth industrial revolution technologies offer immense potential to support the sustainable development goals, and hence these technologies could be prioritized for supporting and strengthening the capacity of member states. This has been demonstrated during the COVID-19 pandemic, where fourth industrial revolution technologies played a critical role in the health sector, especially for delivery of vaccines in remote areas of India through use of drones. Besides, India has demonstrated many other successful examples of advanced digital technology applications, including the COVID Vaccine Intelligence Network, Unified Payment Interface, which is an instant real-time payment system, and Aadhaar, the digital identification number based on public services. These technology solutions have proved to be inclusive in nature and applications and have been successfully used to reach out to wider segments of the population of India. It is necessary to identify innovative technologies and their applications from member states and promote these technologies for wider adoption in the region to address local challenges. Besides, member states could also be supported in mainstream fourth industrial revolution technologies in the development process through policy and advisory support, research and development, strategy/roadmap development, skill development and capacity building, and knowledge dissemination. Madam Chair, India is pleased to witness the progress of regional space applications for sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific since its operationalization at the second ministerial held in New Delhi in 1999. Also, it is important to note that the idea of plan of action to integrate space applications in sustainable development agenda of the region was conceptualized in 2016 during the Asia Pacific Space Leaders Forum held in New Delhi. India has progressed well, and Indian space application community has contributed for more than 100 actions out of 188 in all the 6 thematic areas. India complements efforts of member states and UNESCAP for the achievements in the first phase of Asia Pacific Plan of Action on Space Applications for SDG implementation for 2018-2022. India assures all support for the second phase of Plan of Action. India has taken significant steps in implementing the fundamental elements of Space Plus and is already integrating a host of innovative technologies with space technology in support of SDGs. One example being the effective use of Bhuvan geoportal during COVID-19 pandemic for many services, including mapping the hotspots for delineating containment zones, locating vaccination centers, and enabling services for food distribution. India has been successful in bringing space sector reforms to enable greater participation of private sector in space activities. Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center has been positioned to facilitate the same. A mechanism called Space Application Management System has been established to capture the user requirements while conceptualizing the space mission. Indian Space Research Organization continues to share its facilities, expertise in the application of space science and technology through the Center for Space Science and Technology Education in Asia and the Pacific, located in India. As of now, more than 3,000 officials from 64 countries have been benefited from its activities. India acknowledges the support provided by UNESCAP for the center. I would like to conclude by saying that India will continue to strive to actively engage and contribute in various activities of UNESCAP, including achieving the regional SDGs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Intia, for your statement. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I would like to bring it to your attention that interpretation services will cease at 16:15 hours. If the meeting agrees, we may continue a little longer in order to complete the list of registered speakers. Does any delegation have any objection? I see none, and we may thus continue for a short while after 16:15 hours if needed. May I now invite Philippines to be followed by the United States of America. Philippines, floor is for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Philippines extends its appreciation to you and to the dedicated staff of the ESCAP for the work done during the course of your leadership. Chair, the Asia-Pacific region remains to have a large digital divide. The Philippines recognizes the urgency and importance of geospatial data and technologies in attaining the Sustainable Development Goals. On this front, the Philippines reaffirms its commitment to proactively support the implementation of the Jakarta Declaration on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. Towards the acceleration of the second phase of the Plan of Action, we ensure our initiatives align with its priority areas. Chair, the recently launched National Copernicus Support Action Program for the Philippines, or COPFIL, is a pioneering cooperation initiative in this region for strengthening the utilization of Copernicus Earth observation data for DRRM and climate action. The Philippine Space Agency will facilitate access and distribution of this EO data through the Copernicus Mirror site, complementing our current space data mobilization efforts. Through its PINAS, or PhilSA Integrated Network for Space-Enabled Actions Towards Sustainability, PhilSA empowers local communities by cultivating an action network of government, industry, research, and civil society actors to work towards sustainability using space data and information. We envision the Philippines to be among the active contributors to regional cooperation efforts through the support of the Republic of Korea and the UNESCAP. PhilSA leads the implementation of the PAPGAPIPAN Philippines project. We actively participated in the PAPGAPIPAN and GEMS training held in Korea, Thailand, and Mongolia, and have also conducted a training program to local stakeholders on the utilization and applications of GEMS for air quality monitoring. We are scaling up this initiative to scientists and researchers from the Asia Pacific. Further, our space infrastructure know-how and applications acceleration through promotion and training, or CCAP Plus project, enables us to further enhance scientific cooperation among other emerging space actors. PhilSA recognizes the increasingly important role of youth and other stakeholders in building a sustainable regional space ecosystem. In support of this vision, we actively took part in the co-organized side event, Future Generation Multi-Stakeholder Roles for Strengthening Space Applications and Sustainable Development. Chair, in closing, the Philippines remains committed to support the Commission's efforts in utilizing space science and technology as a mechanism to achieve and realize the SDGs for the benefit of the current generation and the generations to come. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Philippines, for your statement. May I now invite United States of America, followed by Bangladesh. United States of America, floor is for you, please.
Thank you, Chair. Closing the digital divide and expanding connectivity for all is our shared goal. The United States is committed to full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. As Target 9C notes, increased access to information and communications technology is essential for achievement of the SDGs. The United States is deeply committed to a vision of global development that is inclusive, driven by innovation, and focused on those most in need. The United States is excited to be bringing new resources, partnerships, and commitments to achieve universal and meaningful connectivity. Nearly 3 billion people around the world remain unconnected to the digital economy, with little or no access to education, health benefits, and economic opportunities. To this end, last year, the U.S. Department of State created a new bureau with an ICT focus, the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy. My colleagues from that bureau were pleased to lead our delegation to last year's Asia-Pacific Digital Ministerial Conference in Seoul, and we thank the Republic of Korea for leadership in the digital space. Through the Digital Connectivity and Cybersecurity Partnership, DCCP, the United States is providing technical assistance and capacity building to help developing country governments establish ICT policy and regulatory frameworks that enable a vibrant and inclusive digital economy. To date, we have invested over $47 million to these efforts, and through the Digital Invest program under DCCP, the United States is mobilizing private capital for digital connectivity infrastructure and digital financial services that strengthen open, interoperable, reliable, inclusive, and secure digital ecosystems in emerging markets. These programs support the objectives of the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway, Pillars 1, 2, and 3, to enhance connectivity, digital technologies and applications, and digital data to bridge the digital divide. We look forward to continuing to partner here at ESCAP on ICT issues in our role as co-chair of the Connectivity for All pillar of the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway. Thank you.
Thank you, United States of America. May I now invite Bangladesh to be followed by Republic of Korea. Bangladesh, floor is for you, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, as a forum for regional collaboration, the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP, is engaged in a number of activities on science, technology, and innovation to support member states in the region with effective implementation. After the independence of 1971, Bangladesh became the member of ESCAP on 17 April 1973. Distinguished guest, you all know that Bangladesh is a country in South Asia, and we are very happy to inform you that Bangladesh is scheduled to be graduated from LDC to developing status on by 24th November 2026. Our government is working with an aim to transform Bangladesh into a knowledge-based, developed, and prosperous nation by 2041. Distinguished and esteemed audience, Bangladesh has started its digital journey in 2009 and become a role model and ICT destination to the world by implementing digital activities in a short period of time. ICT has been considered as the driving force for achieving Smart Bangladesh and Vision 2041. Smart Bangladesh is about being inclusive, about the people and the citizens of Bangladesh, built on the 4 pillars of smart citizens, smart government, smart economy, and smart society. It is about bridging the digital divides by innovating and scaling up sustainable digital solutions that all citizens, regardless of their socio-economic background, all businesses, regardless of their size, can be benefited. Smart Bangladesh is the next major step towards realizing Bangabandhu's dream of Sonar Bangladesh, that is a golden Bangladesh. Apart from this, Ministry of Science and Technology is also contributing much. Based on our vision, achievements, strengths, dream, and potentiality, lots of initiatives and programs have been taken by the government of Bangladesh for ensuring digital inclusion in every sector of the society. We have introduced DNothi, that is Digital Nothi System for ensuring paperless office. We have established 8,815 digital centers to provide the digital services. We have one-stop web-based platform, BD portal. We established 28,000 kilometer fiber optics cables, broadband internet connectivity, to connect grassroots level people. We have 177 million telephone users and 134 million internet connectivity. E-learning platform Muktopod Bangladesh is also connected to the CME UE4 and 5 consortiums. Ladies and gentlemen, to leverage 4IR and innovation economy, the government of Bangladesh has declared Vision 2041. It is based on two principal visions, such as Bangladesh will be a knowledge and technology-based developed country by 2041, and poverty will become a thing of the past in Sonar Bangladesh. We have established 39 world-class high-tech parks and 64 IT training and incubation centers to attract FDI. Bangladesh ranked 53rd out of 182 countries in cyber security index, ranked 5th out of 121 countries in COVID-19 recovery index, and 119 out of 193 countries in SDG index. We have second largest community of freelancers in the world. Nearly 6.5 lakh freelancers are working at international outsourcing marketplace. Under the SDG Target 2, Bangladesh Council of Scientific and Industrial Research has been developed 7 scientific processes for production of nutritious food and 3 methods for detecting hazardous substances in food. A QRT PCR-based COVID detection kit has been developed and more than 1,200 whole genome SARS-CoV-2 strains have been sequenced by BCSIR. Massive research for development of improved solar cell is going on. Ladies and gentlemen, you will be very happy to know that from the very beginning, we have followed the strategy of combining lives and livelihood to tackle the dire consequence of COVID-19. We have introduced the COVID-19 vaccine management system where more than 120 million people have completed their vaccine registration. We left no stone unturned to collect necessary vaccines for our people. Excellency, we believe that regional and international cooperation is the most viable option for shared prosperity. We are engaged in different regional and international initiatives. We know well that today's digital evolution requires collective action to address the gaps and unlock untapped potential, and no alternative of enabling cross-border cooperation to accelerate digital journey of a country. Bangladesh is eager to strengthen the bonding among ESCAP states to make a sustainable and inclusive development in the Asia-Pacific region through unity, brotherhood, and cooperation. I strongly believe that this session of ESCAP will accelerate us to work together to a sustainable and inclusive world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bangladesh. May I now invite Republic of Korea, to be followed by Youth Representative. Republic Korea, the floor is for you, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I would like to start by thanking Excellencies Mr. Ivan Chun Bui and Mr. Laksanatri Handoko and Mr. Jeffrey Ian Kadanudi for the wonderful presentations, and also thanking the Madam Chair and Secretariat for organizing this meeting. Regarding the report of the Committee on ICT and STI, I would like to emphasize 2 points. First one is air quality issues. Korea is leading cooperation projects for improving air quality in the Asian region through the world's first geostationary environmental monitoring spectrometer and ground-based remote sensing equipment launched in 2020. Korea also plans to launch 3 more environmental satellites by 2033. These satellites are expected to simultaneously monitor greenhouse gases and air pollutants. Korean government intends to cooperate actively and closely with Asian countries and hopes to see a lot of interest and participation from each country to jointly address air quality issues in the Asia-Pacific region. Another one is digital cooperation in the region. The Korean government is supporting the ESCAP Committee on ICT STI to strengthen ICT's role in promoting sustainable development in the region. In this light, Korea held the first Asia-Pacific Digital Ministerial Conference with the support of ESCAP, brought together ministers and ministers from 18 member states of the ESCAP. The conference saw fruitful discussions on advancing the region's digital development through the exchange of member states' best practices in digital transformation and innovation. This year, on May 31st, Korea will hold Pacific Island Digital Ministerial Conference 2023 as the side event of the first Korea Pacific Island Summit. Your interest and participation will be the main driving force to further regional digital cooperation. And regarding the APC-ICT report, APC-ICT has contributed to global ICT capacity building through diverse programs. As the host country of APC-ICT, Korea has been providing physical, financial, and human resources to support the organization's projects and activities, and will continue to do so. By leveraging Korea's experience and know-how, we are committed to actively contributing to bridging the digital gap in the Asia-Pacific region through our involvement with APC-ICT. Lastly, I would like to focus on the APIS initiative. Korea recognized the importance of sustainable digital transformation and promotes national digital innovation quickly through the National Digital Strategy announced in September 2022 under the new administration. The STAR aims to establish a new digital framework for various issues and debates that arise in the era of rapid digital disruption, realize human-centered universal values digitally, and lead new economic principles, technology standards, and ethical standards. In response to this demand, 2022-2026 from the developing stage, serving as the chair of the working group on digital data. In line with our achievement on data industry, Korea is planning a new cooperative project this year to bridge the digital data gap in the ESCAP region. We intend to share our major cooperative projects and policies with member states, including during important events like the APIS Bureau meeting. We highly value your participation and attention in promoting regional cooperation and development. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. May I now invite Youth Representative.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, youth advocates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to UN ESCAP and ESCAP for giving youth the opportunity to speak. I'm Prim Rajasarang Wangkrasamangkon. I'm a youth advocate using AI to better the lives of the community in economic, social, and environmental well-being of our world. Youth are the future, and we have the power to create innovation and intelligent decision-making capabilities. The discovery of frontier science for climate change will rapidly increase with youth, as we are bringing fresh ideas and hope to make everything possible. We, the youth, have empowered other youth, women, and children to be the agents of change with STEM education. Sustainability starts with people, and STI will amplify the power of people. Innovation makes a larger impact with more partnership and more voices being heard in the process, including women, people with disability, indigenous people, LGBTQI+, and elderly, preventing disaster with innovation and early warning system to save more lives. Everywhere in the world, youth have the innovations, and we call for finance, investment for innovation for big data, for technology for youth, women, people with disabilities, and let's share innovation, share the prosperity, and power to trigger the real transformation as we move towards a better, greener, and more sustainable world. Together, we will make an impact. Together, we will make a history. Climate change is a fight for survival, and together, we will survive. Thank you.
Thank you, Youth Representative. Would any other delegations like to raise any other matters on this agenda item? I see none. This brings us to the end of allotted time for today and the conclusion of agenda item 4I. We will consider the outstanding agenda sub-item 4J tomorrow morning. We will resume our discussions tomorrow, Friday, May 19th at 10 hours Bangkok time sharp to take up agenda items item 4J and agenda and then agenda items 5 through 9. Just before we adjourn the meeting, may I call on the Secretary of the Commission to make an announcement.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, the Secretary wishes to remind participants to take a few minutes to complete the online survey that was uploaded to the Commission website on the Overview tab. You will also see a signage at the entrance of this conference room providing the link to the survey and the QR code. The same information is also provided to your delegation through your liaison officer. We kindly ask each delegation to please complete a questionnaire. Your feedback will help us improve the quality of services we provide, and thank you so much for your valuable feedback. Thank you, Chair. Sorry. Yeah.
Yes, Japan.
Sorry, I had.
Floor is for you, please. Yeah.
Sorry, I had intervention on CEAP, if I may.
It's tomorrow.
Oh, it's tomorrow?
4J is tomorrow, please. Thank you. Thank you, Secretariat. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much for your support.
A bit over time, but I think it's because a lot of countries wanted to speak.
Yeah, and